Yeah, check out all our YouTubes. Um,
I don't know if it's working.
Voice going. All right, welcome everybody. We're doing another episode of Give Me a Break. Tonight's doubleheader. First one, we're talking about the importance of lore. It's going to be good stuff. I've got some literary and lore experts for several different fandoms here, several different genres, and I'm excited to get into it. Why don't you start us off, Charlie? Tell us who you are, where to find you, and all that good jazz.
Oh, goodness gracious. Hello. I am Charlie. I am primarily a Twitch streamer, but today I am on YouTube. I am Enemy Charlie on YouTube and Twitch. So as far as lore and my expertise goes, I have a Master of Letters in Fantasy Literature. My specialty was in Tolkien studies and ludology. And that is who I am. And thank you for having me today. I'm very excited to talk about this subject.
I'm pretty excited. Very Queen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Fairy Queen. You can find me at DaRealFQ on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Please find me on Twitter. I like to shit post there a lot. I'm not a specialty in any particular type of lore. I have my master's in creative writing, and I'm currently pursuing my doctorate in 20th century American literature. With a focus in secondary education. So my area of expertise is really more on like the classics. I'm not going to be able to give you the back lore of Star Wars or Tolkien or anything like that, but I'm very interested. I'm still excited for tonight. And I actually took a class in Old English, like for my foreign language requirement for my degree. So I'm excited to talk
Ooh.
about Old English and its relation to Tolkien and the whole lore
Yeah,
conversation. I find it fascinating. So
that
it'll
is
be a
very
fun time.
relevant.
Gibbs, you're muted.
I know I'm excited for it. Thank you. I always look forward to seeing historical movie adaptations and whatnot that see are more accurate and whatnot. Let's go to you, Danny. Who are you? What you do? All that good jazz.
Hello, I'm Danny Fortuna, also known as the Pontius on YouTube, also known as the resident Italian meme lord. I have 2 degrees, one in chemistry and the other in biological chemistry. I'm a scientist actively working in a lab. Generally, I am a Warhammer 40,000 lore master, probably one of the highest levels around, seeing recently how much the others actually suck at it, because with a recent series we started watching at others, and the results are not good. Other than that, I am also the creator of Warhammer 40,000 Heresy Posting, a Facebook group, the biggest Warhammer 40,000 private Facebook group on Facebook, and, recently we started on YouTube also, and until now it's going well. Just finished, yesterday, editing a new over 1 hour video, so I'm a bit dead, but I feel like I can give my contribution having seen how much the lores have been destroyed of various universes and how much people have been trying to destroy even the lore of Warhammer, to just give how much importance really lore has in a world that is fantasy, sci-fi, or whatever.
I'm really big fans. Big fans of a lot of the Tolkien works. I'm big fans of Warhammer, and I obviously love Star Wars quite a bit. If you couldn't tell from my giant collection of shit behind me. However, I think Star Wars is a prime example of a lore that has been damaged or tarnished quite a bit. And I think this, as opposed to say, Tolkien, which has had some very good adaptations. I think, like the Shadows of Mordor series has been outstanding. They change lore, create new lore, and done good. However, then you have like the Rings of Power, which is debatable, and then we have all the stuff with 40K. So I'm excited to get into it. Danny, why don't you kick us off? You've done a series of videos. One of your first ones was on the importance of lore and how bad retcons and bad changes really can hurt a franchise. What are your initial thoughts on this? If you want to kick us off there, Danny.
My initial thoughts about lore retcons and such is that there is such a thing as good retcons and bad retcons. When retcons happen in Warhammer, the main argument many people have seen have brought up is that but retcons have happened in the past. Yes, but there is a difference between retcons that are being made to benefit the product they are attributed to, changes in lore that didn't make any sense. One of the main part of the lore of Warhammer 40,000 that I always cite is the half Eldar, half human Ultramarine that was there in first edition, which by lore for the human faction didn't make any sense whatsoever, because the humans in Warhammer 40,000 are extremely xenophobic. An half human, half alien creature is an abomination they will kill on sight, let alone they will let join the Ultramarines as a living thing. The most elite transhuman super soldiers of humanity have been joined by an half Eldar hybrid. I think even his own brothers will kill him the moment they found out. But removing that, there have been retcons that have recently happened in Warhammer that have been, to put it simply, shoehorned, have been changing the lore just for the political motivations that recently seem to have invaded the majority of the fantasy sci-fi sphere and such. The main one I can cite is the female Custodes retcon, for who doesn't know. In Warhammer 40,000, one of the most elite faction was the Adeptus Custodians. The Adeptus Custodians are genetically modified and forcefully evolved transhuman super soldiers, and recently Games Workshop just decided, they have never had women in the last 8 years of their lore. Now they do. And in fact, not only now they do, they always did. Even if in more than 60 books of backstory on the Imperium of Men, none ever appeared. A lot of other Custodes appeared, but no females. And that is the main example of a politically motivated retcon, because all of this happened around the time where the DEI movement and the woke movements were at their highest. And that is pretty much the difference between a good retcon and a bad retcon, in my opinion, when it comes to correcting a story. An elf hybrid of pretty much a space elf and human would be killed on sight, so the fact he existed wouldn't make any sense. So getting him out of the lore is actually a benefit for the lore. Retconning 80 years of lore, retconning an entire faction to have a sex that technically shouldn't have, and that by the lore of their creation having invalidates their entire existence for politics, because there was no other justification given, is bad for the lore.
Let me go to you, Charlie. Here, I got a great question, right? So you've your background is Tolkien, right? Have you played the Shadows of Mordor games by chance?
I have not actually.
Highly recommended, but they're very good. But so
go ahead.
Yeah.
I just I typically I struggle to like highly commercialized Tolkien adaptations typically leave like a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, so that's where I was
It's the
going with this. What do you
one.
think about like the Rings of
Yeah.
Power? Do you think that because I know Danny here saying that they it's a lot of the
Mm,
DI wokeness going into 40K. That's a big problem. Would you say that's
mm.
the problem with the Rings of Power, or do you see other problems? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's the DEI wokeness. I think obviously I can't speak for what Tolkien would think or
Sure.
want today, but I do think that it doesn't matter if there are people with different skin colors playing characters. I think that, like, specifically, I can't remember. I watched The Rings of Power in 2022, hated it because I thought that the writing was shit and the costuming was hideous. But like the black woman that played a dwarf, I feel like she did a fantastic job, and she looked like a dwarf, you know, like she was great.
Not
She
really.
was fun. I thought she was a blast. My issue with the Rings of Power is that the thing about elves, especially in Tolkien's Legendarium, but also let me say something about Tolkien canon specifically. The Silmarillion and all subsequent, kind of backstory things published about, Arda, Middle Earth, etc., were published posthumously by Tolkien's son. And that was Christopher Tolkien gathering essentially what were so many drafts of the same stories and trying to, create like a coherent narrative to put together. So the idea of a Tolkien canon is kind of shaky at best. However, the Rings of Power is based off of the appendices of the at the end of the Return of the King. So my issue with the Rings of Power is primarily I thought that the writing was ass. I thought that the costumes were ass, but also Galadriel's character. Now, mind you, Galadriel being a more martial character portrayed as such is not out of her like personality or character design. I do believe that her mother name, which is the name her mother gave her, is goodness gracious, I think it's Nerwin, which means man maiden, and she was named this because she was very masculine. She was very athletic. She was in her personality. She was domineering. My issue with the Rings of Power primarily is that rather than to create like a sort of also, by the way, I did not take my ADHD meds today because I'm out. So if I'm very scattered, I'm so fucking sorry.
I'm with you on that. I'm there. I feel you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Is that they had to kind of they had multiple like human men kind of putting her in her place various times over the course of the series, which is crazy because she is so fucking old. And she is considered the wisest and second to Feanor, the greatest of the Noldor. Like she would not be making stupid snap decisions and needing to be chastised by random human men. She should have been as a mentor to them. And in fact, making her like have like a weird like romance with Sauron is crazy to me because she was the only elf that distrusted Sauron and he hated her because of that because she was like, no, there's something weird about you. I don't trust you. And so it's just like it frustrates me that they really just shit on her character and made her so weak and pathetic. And made her more like a wayward, stubborn little girl rather than like, I mean, frankly, the wise and graceful, but also terrifying badass that she actually is. So I did have a lot of issues with it. I don't think that hiring actors that are people of color was bad, but that was primarily my issue with the Rings of
I
Power.
will say, sorry if I'm interrupting a bit to make this observation. I will say the answer to the comparison that is being made is a bit disingenuous and lacking context. Not because of malice. I don't think it is because of malice, but because generally we are not agreeing on the main concept of what lore is.
Okay.
When I talked about the fact that the changes in Warhammer 40,000 in this case, I'm getting to, like, for the people that complain in chat, I'm getting in a second to Rings of Power because I heard some stuff that it is weird because I saw some pieces of the series. I don't give a fuck about watching all of it because it is very shit in too many places for me to give a fuck about. But generally, my opinion on DEI and wokeness doesn't stop at, oh my god, they hired a black actor to play a character. The point is that when you are doing a switch of that kind, you need to have a justification provided as to why you are doing it. Now, you cited yourself the Black Dwarf woman. Now, I never watched the series. She could have been a great actor for all of that. I don't know. I will not comment on the acting. But you have to understand that by the concept of fantasy dwarves, especially when it comes to Tolkien, they lived in Moria, they lived in mines, they made fortresses inside mountains. The series has to explain, if they want to have a black woman as a dwarf, how in the hell a woman born away from the light that spends all the time in the darkness, in caves, just lit by fires or lanterns or whatever, how did she get the melanin to turn black? Because melanin is not there naturally. Melanin is a response of your body to extreme UV light. It is why all people in Africa have black skin, because it is a response to the body to protect you from UV light. If the woman was born inside a mountain and lived the most of her life inside a mountain, how in the hell is she black? That is the main question you have to ask.
I do have an answer for that. One, Tolkien's dwarves do leave their caves. They do. They travel around. Dwarves travel fairly regularly. But also, so the Inuit people of Canada, despite living in extremely cold conditions that my ancestors, adapted to with less melanin in their skin to absorb more light, the Inuit people, it was never advantageous for them to have less melanin in their skin, because by eating seal, they were getting so much vitamin D that it didn't matter. So presumably, with that case, dwarves could have a diet that was actually giving them lots of vitamin D. Light skin would never become advantageous. This could be easily retconned in.
Yes, I agree with that, but the problem is you are providing that answer. It isn't the answer provided from the series. The series didn't provide any answer. Same thing for the black actor they hired to play the elf. Now, he might be the best actor in the world, but if you don't look the part, you don't look the part. It is the same thing that happened.
Well, I would argue that he actually looks more like an elf than actually many of the elves that they hired. To me, elves are
maybe again,
listen to me. Elves are supposed to look ethereal to the point that when Sam first sees an elf, he is shocked. He is shocked by how beautiful they are. Now, the actor that they hired, who was a black man to play an elf, he had high cheekbones and piercing eyes and a very strong jaw. He was ethereal looking. The elves that were white that they hired, many of them looked like a random guy that you would see on the streets of London. So to me, I don't really care if an elf has dark skin. If they look ethereal and they look beautiful, I think that's perfectly fine. I also don't think that you need to justify that change.
You don't need to justify that change, but the universe needs to justify it. You cannot simply change stuff and make it canon just by the stuff that you changed. Like, you need to give an in-universe explanation for the anomalies you encounter. If something is established as being in one way and you break that way, you better have a good explanation to do that. Even Galadriel that you mentioned, technically removing that, I've seen various reviews from people that were Tolkien experts. Pretty much all of them said the same thing. What the fuck did you write for Galadriel? Galadriel is nothing like this. And even then, even you made a good example about the fact that for how old Galadriel is, she was written to be an extremely entitled baby, because I saw pretty much an entire compilation of her just exploding at people and taking stupid decisions. But when you watch the series, you also notice something else. They wrote her as a female empowerment character, meaning they literally wrote a Mary Sue. And it is the main complaint that you find many people having about Galadriel. From the first episodes, she one-shots the first enemy that she finds. Other elves get killed, she kills him. Instantly. Even the love story with Sauron.
They actually made her less powerful. They made her less powerful.
Yes, they made her less powerful, but she was never a warrior of this kind. She was never leading men in battle. There is no law for that.
She has actually led men in battle. She is a martial character. She has participated in fights.
Let me just jump in here, because I want to get Fairy Queen in here, because I have somewhere I kind of want to take this to see what y'all think. All right, okay. Your expertise is if you want to say it again real quick for me, Fairy Queen, was English.
Yeah, so
English,
it's mostly just it's 20th century American lit. That's what I focused on. But I'll defer to what Charlie says. because this is not fantasy. Tolkien is not my area.
Well, I have a
expertise,
specific
but
question for you here. So, like, all right, so when we're looking at American and English lit, right, you're looking at more of a less of a fantasy or a sci-fi realm, right? When we're talking about, right? However, so, okay, this is maybe not the perfect example since this is going to be Shakespeare, but when I come to think, I don't necessarily have a problem with, say, doing the all black version of Macbeth that like Denzel did, right? Like because I don't mind seeing Denzel Washington as play fucking Macbeth. That's kind of Denzel's pretty fucking cool, right? Like it's kind of that best actor thing, and there's no in-universe explanation for them being black, except maybe the whole country's black, right? Because it's Shakespeare. They're not going to go back in time and write this explanation. But I don't have a problem with something like that because it was good. Do you see modern adaptations where they're doing something along the lines? Say they took a period piece from antebellum South and they required a certain amount of actors to be a certain minority, like they do with the Oscars. Now, do you see this as an issue going forward with adaptions for American lit novels and movies and all sorts of things like that? Fairy Queen.
So I'm gonna give like kind of a half yes and no answer. So there's a theory in literature. There's a book that was written by Harold Bloom, who was a literary scholar like from Yale, and he wrote it in about 1973. It's called The Anxiety of Influence. The Anxiety of Influence is a theory of literature that basically says that all poets, all writers, all authors are struggle, under the influence of everyone that came before them, all of the writers that inspired them. So Shakespeare, Thoreau, Emerson, Tolkien, all of these different great authors. And so because of this, you as the writer, you having the anxiety of influence. And what happened, Bloom argues that basically you misinterpret your great work comes from a misreading or an accidental misinterpretation of a work that you've already read. And then that creates something entirely new. And so I think that like to say, that you're bound. And so to an old canon or to an old like story structure, it inhibits people's ability to create new work, which is a concern I think that I have with the lore, because I agree with the importance of lore, but I also disagree kind of a little bit with it too. The short answer of what I'll just make it really quick here. I think the reason why we're talking about lore and why so many people are constantly worried about their stories being ruined, about Star Wars or Star Trek or Lord of the Rings, whatever series what you will have like being changed, what that reveals is a lack of original stories being produced. And I think the reason like why there is a lack of original stories being produced that people like is that we are in a weird literary period where original work that is of this period is so alien to the average consumer that it's not something that's easily connected to. And we can like go through that like in more detail, but that's like the short.
No, yeah, actually, why don't you expound upon that some? I'm a little interested in that.
Well, so if you guys remember, like back in high school, you remember learning about transcendentalism and colonial, the Harlem Renaissance, right? You remember all of these different literary periods that we flipped through. And one thing that you'll, for those of you who like went to college and like you like took like modernism, and like you'll know that like as literature in the United States progresses through time, it becomes more and more abstract. It becomes weirder, right? You had modernism from 1914 to 1945, you then and that had Faulkner, that had Ernest Hemingway. You had the hard-boiled, prose that was like almost read like it was very, very different from the Victorian long sloping hills of Testa Ubervilles. You then, it changed. It was very hard-boiled. It read like a movie script. It felt very cinematic when you picked it up and read through the book. And then that changed to postmodernism, and you had a lot of books that really tried to explode the novel into something entirely new. You had huge books like Gravity's Rainbow. You had White Noise by Don DeLillo. You had Slaughterhouse-Five. You had Toni Morrison's Beloved. You had all of these different books that were really trying to play with the form of the novel, right? And these books were often famously difficult to read, and they were often highly abstract, and they were weird, to put it bluntly. So Infinite Jest by David Foster Wallace is a really good example of this. That is over 1,000 pages, and it is almost entirely written in footnotes. Okay, you like basically you'll be reading the book, there will be a footnote, and then you'll have to flip all the way to the back of the book, and you'll have to read like the footnote to explain it, and then you're constantly flipping back and forth throughout the book. And so these books, although they are new and they are unique pieces of literature, they are not very user friendly. Okay, it is not the same. Picking up like David Foster Wallace's like Infinite Jest, that is not the same experience as picking up Ernest Hemingway's, you know, For Whom the Bell Tolls, or even like picking up like a book from Dickens. Like any of these books from like realist eras, from the Transcendental era, or even from the modernist period, they are more concrete, to put it bluntly, right? The prose is easier to read, the characters are more tangible, the themes are more explicit. It's not as difficult of a read to pick up these books and to understand them as it is to read more contemporary literary work. And so when you're thinking about like new stories that are being produced and new ideas, it feels to me that people are responding to, you know, the progress that we are experiencing in society. It's too weird I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just too abstract. It's too out there. It's not concrete enough for people to hang on to. Have you ever been to an Apple store? Like, I remember like 10 years ago, you would walk in there and it looked like the inside of the Millennium Falcon, right? Everything was metal. Everything was glassy. Everything was minimalistic. You go in there now, there are wood panels everywhere. You have screens, but you have flowers blooming out of the screens. They've deliberately tried to make the Apple store look more homey because I don't know if I'm really communicating this well or not, but I think that, but basically, like, I think what I'm trying to say is that, like, because of the fact that like our world is becoming increasingly more abstract, our literary period that we're in is really too weird for the average consumer to engage in, people are repeating and rehashing and retelling the same stories that we came up with 20 or 30 years ago over and over and over and over again. We have, instead of like coming up with a new fantasy series, we have the Rings of Power. It's instead of having like a new like Star Trek or Star Wars inspired third thing, you have rehashed things going over and over and over again.
Let's look at that a little bit, and then I see Charlie. I see your hand. I'll go to you next. I want to give one example that I think is maybe the retelling where it's done well, where they adapt lore and change it. Right? Is I think the American Gods novel is very dated. Like, some of the stuff that they have go down is just, the tech is totally different than what I guess he thought was going down or whatever. And then you have the modern American Gods, which I ran for 3 series and I think is some fantastic television, right? And they're very interesting. Like, they make Vulcan like basically he's basically like an arms manufacturer, and you know, and he's a bad guy in the novel. He's a bad guy in the TV show, as opposed to what he was doing in the book. And I think that worked really well. It was a very great commentary on like the antebellum South. It was a great commentary on like sundown towns. It's very interesting, you know, contrasted with like Bor, which is like, you know, Thor, which is Odin's, you know, darker skinned son, and it was very interesting, right? And then you have some stuff like kind of like what I guess we've been alluding to with the Rings of Power, where it seems like, whether or not you agree with it, there seems to be like some serious flaws with it. Or like with Star Wars, where I think, you know, maybe they didn't change lore, but they added new lore, or they've redone old lore and done it poorly. Like whenever they dropped the Rise of Skywalker, right? I hate it. And I'll tell you why. Is because the reason everybody bitched about the EU, one of the big ones was the Dark Empire series, and then they basically just did a way watered down version of Dark Empire to end the Skywalker trilogy. You know, whatever 9 films is called. But like, yeah, I just like, I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm just like, this is very poorly done. Y'all said the reason we were going to new canon is because y'all wanted to be not tied down to these old stories that are just not working, yada yada. And then when you adapt it, you just do a watered down version of this instead. It doesn't make much sense to me. But Charlie, what are your thoughts? I saw your hand up there, and then we'll go to you, Danny.
I would say that as far as like I don't know if this term would apply to film, but like sort of the post-structuralist style, which is very scattered and unusual. I feel like we've seen films that I would consider to be post-structuralist do well. Specifically, I think the film Everything Everywhere All at Once and Nope. I do feel like you know, deal with I think that they managed to kind of convey things that I would you know, I would categorize as belonging to the realm of the weird, capital W, fairly well through the medium of film. Though, of course, that's going to be different. Like, I do think it's so much more difficult to adapt post-structuralist literature and weird literature into a visual medium of any kind. But I was thinking specifically of, I feel like the rehashing of old series is not just that. Because I agree with you, it is more difficult. It's also riskier to go with anything new. You know, they want to kind of, I feel that we are sort of kind of being like endlessly farmed for our nostalgia. You know, they see something that works and they go, okay, let's keep doing this shit until the end of time, essentially. Which is super, super duper fucking annoying. Which is, again, why we see the same shit forever and ever and ever. And I feel like people really need to take some chances, you know, like on especially new books, new novels, and try to make things that might be hard to make, that might not land with commercial audiences. But again, production companies don't want that. They want, you know, Lord of the Rings 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, until we're all nostalgic out. They wanna milk the cow dry, which is so obnoxious.
Well, I know with Star Wars, for example, they have like some outstanding, like, I mean, I guess it's a little different because it's a visual media, right, than what you're saying. But like with Star Wars, for example, there are some outstanding like works, and some of the best Star Wars ever has been in the new stuff. Like the Bill Burr scene in Mandalorian in season 2 is amazing, right? Like Andor, some of the best television I've ever fucking watched, right? And then I see, you know, something like Book of Boba Fett, or I see, you know, my favorite character. The reason I have the word Admiral in my name, by the way, not stolen now, it's because of Thrawn. I have Admiral in the name, right? Like he is. I mean, they have some hints that do something cool. We could have like an unhinged version, you know, in a new thing, which is a new canon. But instead, we like it just seems very watered down. And speaking of 40K, I know I'm a fan of 40K, massive fan, and you know I like Henry Cavill a lot. But you know, I'm very worried that they're going to budgetary constraints, or there's going to be Amazon stepping in. You know, they did one good adaptation with Fallout, but I'm very worried that it's going to be watered down or not the standards. Is this something that you're worried about, Danny?
I have pretty much zero hope that the project for a live-action
Zero.
40K series will come out good. Not because of Henry Cavill, but mainly for the inclusion of Amazon. One thing Amazon doesn't allow is internal interpretation of the universe. They want the external interpretation. So good luck even including a scene of a human being racist to an alien into the series, for where humans kill aliens just as fun by this point in 40K. Other than that, yeah, making it a live action is a very bad idea, especially if you want to involve space marines or any kind of mythological creature from 40K at this point, orcs, Eldar. You will have to go half live action, half CGI, or shitty costumes. At that point, go full CGI. Give us a Startis too, instead of series.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to respond to something that Charlie said. Charlie, I would agree with you that like there are examples of post-structuralist or meta-modern stories that do very well. Like Everything Everywhere All at Once is a great example of that. And I think that the reason why that movie in particular did well is because it addresses something that you see in postmodern and arguably like even modernist examples of fiction, which is, you know, it tries to answer the question of irony, you know, like postmodernism's, it answers postmodernism's declaration, you know, everything is meaningless. And then metamodernism responds with everything is meaningless. So therefore everything means everything, you know, like it makes life is so much more meaningful because we know that this is all you get. This is all that's here. You know, it's everything on a bagel, you know, you have that like the black pit in the middle of the bagel. Everything is being sucked into it's that, right? And I think though that like I think it's and you mentioned like being farmed for your nostalgia. And I really like that phrase. I think that's definitely true. And I think the reason for it is that there's only so far you can push irony. I've talked to a friend, like he talked about like having a sort of post-ironic sense of humor. which is where, for those of you like watching in the audience, that's where, you know, you act as though you're saying something real, you know, but really you're being ironic, you know. It's the point of it is that it's so realistic that you can't tell if the person is being funny or sarcastic or if they're being serious. But what comes after that? What comes after post irony? What's the post irony? It feels like a self-eating snake. You know, there's only so many sarcastic, self-effacing pieces of irony really that we can follow before we do need something more serious and grounded to hang on to. Not because, you know, we embrace, you know, the narrative as being, we know that the narrative is a construct. We know that like it is a narrative, you know, like God is dead, okay? But the question is like, what comes after that? You know, okay, so like now what? You know, we have to figure out what to do now. And I think that it's this nostalgia. I think that's the reason, part of the reason, like why this particular period is being so foreign for nostalgia. People want something that's sincere. People don't just want. The Seinfeld era is over, right? Like, there's a reason, like, why The Office couldn't just be bleak, you know, over and over and over again, right? Like,
I kind of maybe want to push back a little bit about this idea that there is no originality, right? And I'm going to come back to the Star Wars thing again because, like, okay, the biggest issue, right, that people brought up in some of the, like, okay, I can see The Force Awakens drops. Everybody's excited. You give them a healthy dose of nostalgia. You go back to practical effects. That's good. And, like, I don't have a problem with the Force Awakens movie. It's a retelling of A New Hope. Okay, cool. For a new generation. That's fine. It brings people back, right? But then we, like, kind of get further down. And sometimes when people try something new, it's an abject failure, right? Like, Ruin Johnson, as I like to call him, comes in, and he just ruins Star Wars. The guy literally comes in, he goes, fuck lore. He says, fuck your fan theories, and then he does some shit that's just lore breaking, like this hyperspace ram. Oh, we don't need to go into things, it's all lore breaking, but he breaks a lot of lore. And, you know, fucks up a lot of shit. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then you get what happens in the third movie, or the mainline trilogy, which is the, you know, what is it? Rise of Skywalker. And like I said earlier, that's just dribble. It just fucking, it's the old Dark Empire trilogy. And so then we go, okay, well, we're farming for nostalgia. Mandalorian kind of did that, but it brought people back. However, what are the things that people talk about being like really good from this era, right? And I think there's examples of this idea that, you know, we've grown up with Star Wars, right? People in my generation are now in their 30s, right? I grew up seeing the like 20-year anniversary on film. I grew up. Episode 1 was when I was like 5th or 6th grade, right? And so, you know, what are we looking for now? Okay, well now we're in this dark era. Okay, and we're in this time where there's a lot of turmoil. So, okay, what is the, you know, in the 80s when he did the Ewoks, right? That's the Vietnam. Like, he talks about the Vietnamese inspiring that. Here, okay, that was kind of new. Well, what's new now? Well, now we have Andor come out, and it's a commentary on maybe Trump's America or migrant problems in other countries or here. You know, you have these great speeches from these characters. They're like, oh, we're looming over. And this is all what I'd call, like, new. It's very dark. You know, you have some of the best episodes in some of the other series, like the Bill Burr speech is very dark. You have this like evil Nazi-esque guy giving like a realistic speech, like, "Hey, well, if we're gonna win against this people, we're gonna have to cause enough chaos. They welcome us back." And you see the other guy just coming to the realization that the organization I worked for so long is just evil. And this is all very like new to Star Wars. You don't ever see this perspective until like now. And so I think there is new art being created, and there's this fine line. You have people that are willing to study and love the lore, like kind of like what the Pontius over here is saying is they've looked at the lore. They are like, how would this work in canon? Okay, we're gonna look. All right, so why is this guy shooting this guy? Well, he's doing this because he was a trooper on this planet, and the guy killed 10,000 people that were on his side, not just the civilians. And now he's disillusioned with this, and he's finally sitting there. He's been like roaming around the galaxy, whatever. And oh, I have the chance to get the guy in front of me that is the cause of my entire. Like this is like, oh, okay, continuity, canon, good. Then you have something like the hyperspace ram, which doesn't make sense because I could just get like a rock, put a hyperspace engine on it, and end 3 of the Star Wars movies that way. Like that, like, you know, if that was a thing they could do, why didn't they just do that? Right? It's like dumb. And I think there's this like fine line when people do shit just to like to do it, and like I think that's important here. And I think that we're kind of maybe missing that a little bit with the idea that there is no new. It's like when you rehash, adding a new in the proper way, I think is a big problem.
Now, generally, I want to push back on a lot
Sure.
that has been said because, yes, I can understand that the new concepts are a little bit more abstract, new stuff becomes harder to comprehend. But I do find that this spits a bit on the intelligence of the viewer. or in a way. Like, if you're reading something, if you're watching something, it is not on me to have to understand what you are saying. It is on you making me understand what you are saying. There is the concept that I don't see here nominated or even mentioned, that maybe some ideas don't work, some retcons don't work, some new stuff doesn't work, simply because it sucks. Because it is not good. It is not a matter of what they changed. It's why. It is not a matter of how people can understand it. It's how good it is. Recently, for the new video that will come out in a few days on my channel, I had to go and reread the Heisenberg Omnibus, a Warhammer 40k book that is considered legendary by many. I had read the separate stories many years ago, but I reread it for the video because I had explanations to give about a lot of stuff, about a specific character, and I found a short story, which is Missing in Action, that I had never read by Dan Abnett, that was included because technically it was a short story having as a character Eisenhorn, Inquisitor Eisenhorn, which is the protagonist. This short story has become probably my favorite short story in 40k. Missing in Action is one of the best pieces of literature to show the trauma of war inside the universe of 40k. Pretty much the entire story is Inquisitor Eisenhorn is on a planet, is in a very shitty hive city. Even he comments that he would have left if he could. She's contacted by the planetary governor. The planetary governor is concerned about a series of homicides that have happened because they have been pretty brutal. Hands removed, heart removed, eyes torn away, and like some of these victims were years old. They were just being found. They pretty much start investigating the story, get attacked a couple of times until they find a connection. These attacks were happening all connected to people that were part of a military regiment that had returned from a war against another species 11 years before. They go to the pretty much to the old barracks of these regiments. They were completely destroyed by that point. They find pretty much about 20 people, all the survivors of that regiment, completely riddled with PTSD. They were killing people because they had been shown that complete and utter paranoia was the only way to survive on a battlefield of 40k, both from allies and enemies, because you never know when somebody could turn. They were killing people they suspected of being heretics waiting to attack the planet, kill other people, and while they were there, you get a glimpse into how much damage they are from the war they fought. There was one that was not even capable of understanding where he was. The first thing he asked when Eisenhorn approached was if they would be given medals for their own sacrifices. And when pretty much another one called him, "No, idiot, we are not getting medals, they are here to kill us," the guy just went, took out his weapon and started shooting. That short story is one of the best pieces of literature I've read in the last years. It is from the early 2000s. But it is so grounded in reality, so real to what is the reality of the lore of 40k. Because what I think is missing recently, even with with some stuff you mentioned, Gibbs, the fact that there is stuff parading Trump's America, there is stuff making fun of other things. Yes, but you have to understand something. Too much parody kills your art. You cannot make something just to parody all the time something else. One of the main things I said when I made my video, The Importance of Lore, is a good writer can bend the rules. A shitty writer changes them. If you cannot rely on a reality of your own world to be consistent and then explain the exceptions, because attention, when there was the mention, for example,
Dan,
of
can I ask you a question? Let me ask this question.
Yeah,
Just with it, because I just reread all that series recently, and just maybe ask you. So you did just say this, so maybe this is kind of like fall into that. I mean, that series retcons the Tyranids back like several hundred years.
No,
I know that technically there's other ones and whatnot they are, but like when that first came out, that was really controversial, and now there's quite a bit stuff saying that it falls in line. I know you probably want to push back on that, but like, would you argue that at the time that would be bending the rules, but compared to like or
no, at the time that was a mistake. Then Abnett acknowledged it was a mistake. It will be in the video. You can see he pretty much acknowledged. Yeah, I fucked up because it is true. On a lore level, he fucked up. It was several centuries off from the events he was mentioning. And generally, what I'm trying to say is, you can make changes to the stuff you want to change, but those changes need to have an explanation. They may even be a gateway to something greater. Like one of my main pieces generally of one second, let me finish this concept, then you can speak freely. Like generally when it comes to rules being had in a universe, too much rules kills your creativity. Too little rules gives you too much freedom. You cannot not explain why you are changing something. It needs a reason, and a very good one, grounded in the reality of the universe, not ours. Because why the fuck would, for example, generally when you go into Mordor, just like even the depiction they gave in the Rings of Power about the orcs being like refugees that were looking for a new home. When even he talked about this, when Tolkien wrote the orcs, he wrote them to be the perception of evil. They were simply evil. There was no redeeming qualities about them.
Let me push back on that a little bit. So Tolkien actually struggled with his depiction of orcs until till like the end of his life, because he felt that he struggled as a Catholic. He felt that it was not moral for him to write beings that could be perceived as innately evil. And there is actually a scene, I can't remember if it's the Two Towers or the Return of the Kings, where you hear two orcs actually speaking together and discussing how they want to not be, the thralls of Sauron or Saruman. They want lands of their own. They want to live in more peace than they currently are living in. And so I feel that a good adaptation is, something that takes the original ideas and ideals of the original work and takes them further. So the only good thing that I feel that the Rings of Power did, I don't think that they did it well, but the portraying orcs as more complex, not just like these avatars of pure evil, because they were never meant to be. Again, Tolkien does not believe Tolkien does not believe in innate true evil. It's only corruption.
Well,
things can be corrupted. No one is born evil. Nothing is made evil. It is said multiple times throughout the novels that nothing is born evil. It is corrupted. And so
yes, but wait a second. Then let me ask you a question. Then it is better, in this case, what they did, which is all the orcs are misunderstood people that are doing just what they need to survive, when, by just seeing the movies and even reading the books, they have done some fucking heinous stuff.
So I don't think that you didn't watch The Rings of Power, did you?
No. But
so the orcs do practice, like, they're not portrayed as like misunderstood. It's just that they're more complex. Yes, they do evil.
I mean, I saw the scene about the little orc child, the little orc family.
Well,
but
okay, they do slavery. They are enslaving.
Yes, no. Wait a second. Let me complete my question. But my question is, would it have been better how they have done it, which is all of them are now misunderstood? Or would it have been better just having one or two that were different, and then going into their story that would have made it more interesting instead of all of them?
Like, portrayal of the orcs, Danny? Do you have a problem with how Peter Jackson did? Because Peter Jackson also made the orcs.
No, I didn't. In fact, I agree with what Peter Jackson did.
So
I don't agree with what they did in Rings of Power.
The orcs of Peter Jackson's aren't actually evil either. If you actually start diving into what they say, right? Like like if you listen to what's one of the most evil orcs, right? Is the pink orc, right? He spits on the dude. He like steps out of the thing out in the third one, Return of the King. And what does he say? He says like, "Oh, the time of the man is over. The time of the orc is now." And I look at like the Twin Towers, and what is it representing? What is Mordor representing? It's like coming of industry, the ending of magic, the ending of the old world, the coming of the new, the fear of the unknown. But if you look at it, even in Peter Jackson's version, you have the orcs, and they're clearly, if you were in this society, then like what they're doing is not evil. Now, it could be perceived as evil from your society, but from what their society is, they've been this oppressed group because they are oppressed. They're like forced to live in Mordor. They're living underground in caves and like random places. When they take something, they have to take it from somebody else and live off the scraps.
The question is why.
The
question is why.
Well, because of the first wars and the second wars, I'm assuming. But like, if we really dive into history, I'm sure Charlie. But even then, they're still not evil. They're just more sword.
I can explain why. It is because of their initial corruption by Morgoth. They aren't trusted by
so there is a reason they do live in there. It is not just random.
Species. However, I would like to say again that they were not all orcs were portrayed as misunderstood It's just that the Rings of Power did make it clear that it was nurture and not nature that made orcs the way that they were.
That is good to know, because
again,
I will never watch
I
it.
think that it is important because that is also Tolkien's, belief around evil, and that is what is emphasized throughout the Lord of the Rings. It is, no one is born evil. It is corruption.
Okay, good. But again, this brings into a bigger other problem, which is, in my opinion, at least recently, movie makers, book writers and such, try to focus too much on cultural relativism inside their own creations. They don't, let's just say, they don't go with silk gloves to explain and like give a little bit of themes inside their stories. They go more with a sledgehammer to beat you over the head with it. One of the main problems, for example, I cite 40k now because it is my main expertise. In Warhammer 40,000, there is the belief that many people have about humans that not only humans are not the good guys of the entire universe, but that nobody in the universe is the good guys. That is not only something I challenged in one of my videos talking about how the humans are in fact the good guys of 40k, but I pretty much went into the story of all other major races, why the wars started, the events that happened, and pretty much explained in detail why humans became what they are. And pretty much there is a distinction to make between seeing something from the outside in and seeing something from the inside, from the perspective of the characters. One of the main comparisons I gave in that video was the existence of a faction, of a sub-faction in this case, inside another faction of the Inquisition called the monodominant faction. They are very powerful people of the Puritan ideology of the Inquisition that believe that only humans should walk the stars. If there is aliens, they must be exterminated. They must be killed with prejudice, without leaving any alive. They believe that with all their being, in fact, they are considered extremists even by the eyes of the Inquisition. But again, one of the comparisons I gave for everyone watching the video was, now, with everything I told you about humans trying to be friendly, being attacked by aliens, being almost exterminated, being brought into wars they didn't want, being treated as cattle, slaves and such, after all of this, because there were people obviously that were saying, oh yeah, well, humanity in 40k, the Inquisition especially, it's a parody, it's satire. If you justify a way you are treating someone inside a story, is it satire anymore? That is the main question I'm asking, because many people obviously look from the outside and go, oh yeah, but the orcs are more complex, they should be treated with more complexity. And on that, I agree. I don't like just plain characters. For me, plain evil is boring. I want to have a little bit some more insight in it. But looking from the outside in, the humans in 40k are as bad as everyone else. Then once you look from the outside, from the inside, you see they have no other choice.
Well,
at that point, what is the correct interpretation?
Well, so Danny, I mean, I this is kind of where I was coming back to. I mentioned Andor, and I think maybe you slightly misunderstood what I was saying, unless you've seen it was the parody movie in real life, right? And I think that this is actually a good example of what you said. It's the in-universe perspective, right? So what was really good, one of the scenes in Andor that I think is going to be it's going to become an iconic piece of cinema in general is the Gorman massacre, right? And part of what makes it so shocking is the sanitization of it, right? Because it's Star Wars, there's not blood. They use laser weapons, but not seeing the blood and seeing that was a very striking visual that I think people aren't going to forget. And then the main character, the character that orders the massacre, goes and begins to puke right afterwards, right? And she's puking and she's having a mental breakdown. Her lover has just been killed in this thing. And it's a very real moment based on whatever. And then another scene, they have in universe a character's tortured and she kills her torturer, right? And the way that right before she kills him, he's like, oh, it was just for science, right? And it's very reminiscent of a Mengenal or whatever, right? Like the Dr. Death from I can't even say his name right now, but from the Auschwitz or whatever, right? It's very
the Nuremberg trials.
Well, Dr. Mengele, the guy that was sewing.
Oh, I know Dr. Mengele.
Yeah.
But the justification, I was just
it was. Yeah, it's very clinical, whatever, and you have this country contradiction between the ISB agent, who's like the SS right equivalent, and she's throwing up, and then you have, and this is like usually like a tough, brutal individual because of everything that's happening, and then you have the contrast to like the actual officer that goes and carries out the order, and he's calm, collected, doesn't even have a problem, doesn't bat an eye, clearly damaged, and like is the like typical evil character, but he like you could tell he's like a clinical soldier. And then one more contrast with that is you have the grunts, like it's a bunch of grunts going in that don't know, they're all brand new, and you have this experienced sergeant leading them, and he sees what's happening and how they're being used, and the realization, and like right before he dies, and you have all these constricting viewpoints, like contradicting viewpoints, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a piece of artwork. This is very good, right? It's used within the universe, like the sanitization, no weapons, all these different things. It's exactly what you just talked about, and I think that's very good. And then you have something like, which is like the not respecting of the lore, which is like the Ryan Johnson stuff, and that I have a very big problem with. And I think you've kind of alluded to this. There's no reason in there, and so it's like I get afraid when we argue we can't have new adaptions and stuff or add new lore, because I don't necessarily mind new lore if it's well written, but I do have a problem when it's something along these lines. What do you have to say something like that, Danny? Because you seem to be the one kind of.
I will make you I will make you simply an example. What do you think of the line "somehow Palpatine returned"?
Oh yeah, I fucking hate that shit. Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, the main point.
That's exactly that's what I'm bitching about, though, right?
Yeah, no. Like the main point when it comes to lore is that lore exists not only to give the basis of your universe. You are establishing rules. You are establishing how stuff works inside your own literary universe. Changing that is very risky. It must be done as sparingly as possible. In the best case scenario, never. You need to program the stuff you want to do so long before you even do it that you need pretty much to not retcon anything. Now, that is impossible because it will need years and years of preparation, but yeah, it will be the best case scenario. Lore by itself is not only a set of rules that limits people, but that establishes pretty much the suspension of disbelief in your own world. Just using the example like of Palpatine. Palpatine was dead, it was renowned, he was dead, he never came back, there was not even the illusion he could have come back, and then out of nowhere, somehow, because there is no explanation given, because who gives a fuck, Palpatine returned. This is the perfect example I wanted to give about the distinction between good retcon and bad retcon. A good retcon is explained, a good retcon is an exception, a good retcon is at least tried to make like compliant with the rest of the rules of the world, so to not shatter the suspension of disbelief of the reader, the viewer, or whatever. They have to believe that what is happening is possible inside your universe. If you just do it because you can, nobody will give a fuck about your universe very easily.
Fair Queen. I'll go to Fair Queen, then you go to you, Charlie. What do you got, Fair Queen? What you got for me?
Charlie can go first. She probably has like something more specific to like what Danny was saying.
So I would say actually that the thing about our own world is that we actually don't know everything about our world. There are many mysteries that remain in our world. As far as science and the laws of how our world and our universe functions, we're learning new things all the time. I feel that good world building leaves a bit of mystery and also, leaves things open to change. And I think it is in many ways easy to justify changes most of the time.
I will say you're a bit misconstructing my answer by saying...
let her finish though real quick. Go ahead.
No, she can finish, but it isn't what I said. What I said is not a universe must be all 100% explained all 100% of the time. There must be mystery.
I'm talking about the rules of the world. Again, I do feel that it's appropriate.
They can be bent, but they cannot be broken. The suspension of disbelief relies on it. You don't have a universe, you don't have a continuity. If your characters can just change the world they live in, you cannot simply do that. Like, in general, even the female custodies problem that in the 40k universe was a gigantic problem. Everyone was angry at it. For the simple fact that we had 8 years saying they didn't exist. Then Games Workshop one morning woke up and went, no, not only now they exist, they always existed. There was no mention, there was no artwork, there was no books, there was no lore to support it, there was nothing.
Well, and
they
also,
went,
Danny,
they exist now.
This is going to be a different conversation because, I mean, I guess Tolkien is now kind of being turned into a franchise, but what you're talking about is something that was created to make money, to generate as much money as possible.
It lost them money, that's for sure.
Like
Well, wait,
when
you don't think
you
Tolkien wrote the Lord of the Rings to make money?
No, that was love of the game.
Really? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a professor. He was a linguistics professor. He had the money that he needed. He was fine. He wrote it because
Testy
he
Johnson,
loved
you
it.
can suck my dick from your chat, Gibbs.
Just don't worry about
Oh.
testing. He's trolling.
No, it's just an idiot in the chat. Don't worry.
Okay. Anyway.
Just ignore the idiots. Focus on the panel. Sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
Gotcha. So when you're dealing with a game franchise or a model franchise, like you're kind of trapped with the fact that like changes are going to be deeply like listen, I'm a World of Warcraft player. I played World of Warcraft from 2005 to 2020. The lore has changed 10 million times over, specifically because they want to make more shit so that people will buy more shit. And so that's kind of what you're working with, Danny, where
No,
with the
not really in
game
this case.
you're never really going to have what you want because
Do you know how many
they're always
books
going to change.
Warhammer 40k has? How many? Just a rough number.
I have no idea. I've never done
It has
anything
over
with 40K.
600 books. I wouldn't say the problem is only the miniatures. Warhammer 40,000 is as much as a literary universe as it is a model universe. The problem is that even if we agree that it was a change made to make money, it didn't make any money. There was no money, there was no models released, there was nothing. If anything, it angered the community so much, the Custodes faction became the least selling of all of them. For the simple fact that, to put it simply, people are tired of retcons that don't have any grounding inside the universe. Now, we can agree all the time we want about universes being able to change, stuff being able to be added, removed, and such. I do not disagree with that. The problem is that it must be done always within the limitations of your universe. One example I used even in my video about the importance of lore.
Why would I, like, what I'm failing to understand here is that you're acting like women being added to a faction is like,
Well,
it is a problem when it is the custodians.
Like undoes the world.
Well, yeah. Let me.
No, wait, Gibbs. Wait, Gibbs, because I studied this for a long time to make my videos on it.
Sure.
It doesn't destroy the universe, but it destroys the faction of the Adeptus Custodians. To give you some context of how this faction works, this faction is a faction of the most elite superhuman soldiers of the Imperium of Men. They are chosen when they are toddlers, maximum 2 or 3 years old. They are genetically augmented, technically more genetically reconstructed, with a process that only the Emperor knew how to perfect. In fact, creating them now is a problem because he's a corpse on a throne. He cannot create them personally anymore. They were his personal guard. They were always taken from the noble families of the planet Earth, or how they call it in 40k, Terra. They were always taken from the sons of those noble families. Pretty much they were superhuman modified hostages from the noble families so that the Emperor could achieve compliance of the noble families. So that pretty much we have your sons, don't do anything because we will come for you. And all of this pretty much creates a superhuman faction that is made by extremely strong and extremely specifically genetically gifted individuals that takes from a very shallow and very limited pool of recruitment, and that has done that for over 10,000 years. The most genetically pure nobles of the planet are used to make custodians. If they started using women from those noble families, the custodians would have been extinct in 500 years. There aren't that many nobles that can be used to create custodians. So the simple fact that they even had the stupid as fuck idea, if you ask me, to use women when women are your main source of recruits because they need to make sons. The noble families need to go forward. Their sons are your custodians. The fact that they were using women is dumb outside of the universe because you should see that they shouldn't exist anymore at this point. And from the inside, the custodians are all extremely intelligent individuals. They are monsters when it comes to intelligence. They are all extremely intelligent. You think they wouldn't see that taking women from your own recruitment pool would kill you in the long run? That's why everyone has a problem with it. And even then, in Warhammer 40,000, this is a bit of unrelated, but it should show some context. In Warhammer 40,000, every faction is mixed, apart from 4. Those 4 factions, before the retcon of the Adeptus Custodians, and now it is 3, only 3 that are, like, only exclusive, were the Adeptus Custodes, that were only male, the Adeptus Astartes, another kind of transhuman super soldier inferior to the Custodes, that were only male, the Adeptas Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, that were only female, and the Sisters of Silence, that were only female. So there was 2 female-only factions, 2 male-only factions, the rest was completely mixed. And yet, instead of focusing on the female faction, giving it more attention, more characters, more books, which I would have loved, because I love those factions, they just went and said, okay, Custodes have women now. And the community exploded because nobody liked that.
Your explanation does make sense. Your explanation does make sense.
Like I don't want this to.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get what you mean.
I don't. No, sorry if I interrupted. Just I want to say I don't want to be taken as a sexist. Like I sound always confrontational, but that is just my normal way of speaking. Unfortunately, it's also 1:35 a.m. Generally, I just want lore to make sense. This is why this retcon gives me so much problem, because I always search for sense inside the universe sense for something to happen. And in the case of the female custodians, in this case, I cannot find it. There is no sense to this change. And that is what is giving me problems. Lore must make sense and must be grounded in reality, but the reality of the universe, not ours.
I'll let you go here. I just to bridge that gap, like from a historical context, that'd be like a male Amazonian would be like just coming out here, like you're coming from a nunnery, and suddenly it's men at the nunnery as well. Like, I mean, it kind of just defeats the purpose of the word. And in that context, I think in a simpler sense, for people that don't understand the deep lore, we just dove down there. Fairy Queen, what you got?
No. But I mean, like on a literal, just productivity wise, like you would want all the female nobles to be busy creating children.
Yeah,
like that would be like that's like a precious resource that you would be subjecting to war. Whereas the sons are disposable, essentially.
Well, and there's also genetic like degradation due to chaos, mutation, and all sorts of stuff, and then they kill the mutants, and that's a whole different thing. So, like, you're already eliminating more of the population even further. I mean, yeah, it doesn't work in the lore, like from what I've ever read. But like Danny said, if your main goal is to make money, I think that they definitely hurt their sales overall. Like all the stuff that's included these characters has been just unanimously hated. I can't like.
They included controversy, not even characters.
Right,
I mean, it could be like infertile females that they would force to do that. Like if a female was found to be infertile.
Well, there's other reasons. There's also other like scientific reasons and stuff too. But anyway,
wait a second, Gibbs. Just to make it simple, like the process was created by the Emperor. The Emperor made it only for males, so the fact that he didn't make it for females will make it fail automatically. And because if the process fails, you die. They will be just being killing female
and
children.
the like lack of new knowledge. So like even like the group that makes the science, which I know sounds weird to say, but the group that does that for this faction, they don't believe in new stuff. They only believe in like recovery.
Yeah, they don't make new stuff.
Yeah, so like if they made a new thing that the Emperor didn't make, it would be like
heresy.
Heresy, yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
is the Emperor like that big skeleton thing? That's like not really.
That's his version from when he's on the Golden Throne, but before he was the Golden Giant. Yeah.
But yeah, so before we dive deep down any further than that, I'm gonna go to Fairy Queen. But I had something. Go ahead, Fairy Queen. Maybe what I had will come back to me.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to talk about, and I will defer to Charlie because Charlie knows more about Tolkien than I do. But my understanding of Tolkien, of like the purpose of the Lord of the Rings, was to create a mythology for England. A lot of the names are based off of. It is not. Okay, I'm wrong about that.
No, it was. So that's like a contentious statement within Tolkien studies. That's like highly debated. Primarily, though, because it was based off of a letter that he sent to his publisher. He was like, I once had pretensions to it. But in his own words, The Lord of the Rings was, and also his whole mythology, was created to essentially create a world to use his languages in. Because he was a philologist first and foremost, and he created all of these languages. The names, some of them are Old English. Some of them are of derived from Finnish and other older Scandinavian languages.
Gotcha. Okay. So so that might be a mistake of mine. So my understanding up until now was that like the purpose of Lord of the Rings was to kind of have like the purpose of the Old English, and and it was heavily inspired of the utilization of all of the language, and his background was to create a more authentic, essential England. like the place like from where England came from, like in the same way that you would find like myths and other, but that is not the purpose. Okay,
No.
that's my mistake. Well, I was going, so I guess I won't use Tolkien, but I'll use Superman. Okay, so Superman is an example. I think part of the reason why there is this reaction to changing the lore and to changing the stories is I don't think that it's just because it doesn't make sense like within like the way that the story is structured. I think that it's in part a criticism or a reaction to the way that what the story symbolizes has changed. So Superman is an example of that. Superman is, although it's not exactly American, like his like saying for years has been truth, justice, and the American way. You know, he like is a classic American superhero. And Superman has changed vastly over like since like he was originally created like in the early cartoons. He's changed vastly like the way in which he's like been depicted. Most recently, the new Superman movie that just came out, in my opinion, is very different to the Superman that I've been used to for the past like 5 or 10 years. The Superman, like Henry Cavill Superman, I think he's a handsome Superman, but I have to be honest that like the performance like within that movie is a dark, gritty Superman. Okay, it's a Superman that allows buildings to explode, that tosses a train into skyscrapers. We also had Bright Eyes, or is it Bright Eyes or Brightburn? I don't remember. It was supposed to be a realistic, gritty version of like a young Superboy, okay? A young Clark Kent. And he's bullied at school. And because he's bullied at school, he laser beams all of his classmates and he becomes a serial killer. Like at the school, it's very horrible, okay? It's like a la Twilight Zone, okay? If you actually gave a kid superhuman powers, what would he do? And then, of course, The Boys, which we're all familiar with. That takes Superman and turns him into fascist Superman, right? You have Homelander. You have him with his blonde hair. You have him with the Captain America cape. You have him. It's the whole thing, right? These are all different iterations of what Superman means, you know? And, you know, you could probably argue constantly, well, this isn't what Superman would be. This isn't who Superman is. And recently, people have been having that conversation about the James Gunn Superman movie that just came out. And the reason why is because in this version of Superman, Superman flies over and tries to stop let me put it to you this way, a war that is happening with an ally of the United States overseas that appears to be in a Middle Eastern country, where you have a Middle Eastern coded group of people who are being surrounded with tanks and soldiers and machine guns, and they are crying out for Superman to come and save him. You have a lot of immigrants, like this, the theme of immigration is very strong in the story. One of the pivotal scenes, like within this film, is where an immigrant who hands Superman a sandwich is brought in by Lex Luthor, who is coded to look like Elon Musk, and is shot in front of Superman as he's tortured, you know, with a piece of kryptonite behind him. Like, and people watched this version of Superman, right? What did they say, like, when they saw this version of Superman? Because this Superman is probably the most liberal version of Superman I have seen in a very long time. Okay, at least like within my lifetime. I can't remember the last time I've seen like a Superman.
I will say that's the problem, but okay.
But hang on. But why is it a problem? It's not a problem because of the lore. That's not the reason.
No, it is not a problem because of the lore. It is a problem because it is too politicized. That is the point. You don't go to movies.
Can we let Fairy Queen talk though, real quick?
Yeah. Well, I just want to ask you, Fairy Queen, within your own context here. I think this kind of goes back to one thing Danny said. I just want you to maybe look at this when you finish what you're saying. Is Danny, once again, he mentioned the in-universe perspective, right? I think, and you and I have talked about the Superman a little bit, and I liked it. And I think part of the thing that they do well is they have this what if Superman's parents were evil colonials, and they built that into the lore, and they built that up over the other James Gunn works, where it's what if Superman came down to Washington D.C., right? So even though he might not actually be like that, they've established in canon why other groups think this way, and then they establish it.
Yeah,
and I think even though it's politicized, they're relevant. It's kept true to the James Gunn lore so far. What are your thoughts? Do you think that helps? I think that helps your case. What do you think?
Well, I think what I'm trying to say is that I don't know, and I have not seen The Rings of Power. Sorry, Tolkien fans everywhere, but Game of Thrones was my obsession. Okay, I've never been a Tolkien fan. Okay,
I love The Song of Ice and Fire. I love it.
Yay!
I was talking
Okay.
of
love
of
that.
Rings of
Okay.
Power, not of A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I've never seen Rings of Power, so I don't know, right? But my suspicion would be this, okay? Even if it was the case, I think, even if the authors of Rings of Power, and let's just say for the sake of argument, okay, that they did go into the lore, they did have a good explanation. They did have all of these explanations for why Galadriel was like it was incredibly powerful. And then if I'm hearing you correctly, Danny, girl bossery, which is I think probably why people the words that have been used to criticize Galadriel, or why there are black dwarves, or why there are black elves. I would suspect that even if it was the case that the authors tried to give an in-lore, in-universe, well-founded explanation for why that is, I think you would still have people complain. I think you would still have people complain. I think people would say
complain
they wouldn't
about
say
everything.
yeah, but I'm not finished. Okay, they would say that they wouldn't say that if it wasn't an argument about the lore, it would be an argument that it's too politicized and it's too DEI.
And it is true. It is true.
Because that's what people said about Superman, and it was incredibly lore-based. It's incredibly within the lore of Superman.
It can be incredibly lore-based, but
global superhero. And so I think that honestly, it would not be honest for us to have this conversation without acknowledging.
Let me ask you a question.
Quiet, okay? It would not be honest for us to have this conversation without acknowledging that I think that some of the arguments and concerns over lore, I don't know if they're actually about lore or if it's actually just more, I hate DEI, I hate woke
I
shit.
do hate DEI. Wokeness should fucking burn, if you ask me. The main problem is, okay, let me ask you a question. What is a movie? What is the main objective of a movie?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me what a movie is? Define movie.
Is a movie something made to entertain the audience?
I think it's a moving picture. That's what I heard last time. Okay.
Okay, is a movie something made to entertain the audience that is watching it?
Yes.
Why are you asking me this stupid question? Okay, just answer.
No, it is not. It is not a stupid question.
Don't walk us through
Your
this.
answer.
Say what you want
Don't
to say,
interrupt
okay?
me. I didn't. You don't want to be interrupted. Don't interrupt. Fuck
okay,
you. Fucking woke bitch. Anyway, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I don't give a fuck about you. Wow, what a fucking jerk. Okay.
Calm down.
If I have to speak with a retard, I will speak like I'm speaking with her.
Entire time.
Whoa,
and then.
I'm
fucking asshole. Go back to Italy, eat some pasta, and calm down. Okay?
God damn, we can't say that either. God damn, what is happening? All right. No more of that.
I do have a comment to make.
No more of that.
So one of my peers in my graduate program in fantasy literature, two of them were from Italy. And they told me that fantasy has a really bad rep in Italy because of the association with white nationalism and fascism. So a lot of fantasy fans in Italy are people are very sus of them. Sci-fi has a much better reputation.
I don't know.
Not really. Now, wait a second. Let's return a bit. First thing, I insulted you because you told me to go fuck myself. So don't do that. Removing that, the point I was trying to make
I will tell you to do that again. Don't you ever call me that again, okay? You've been awful this entire time and ranting.
Don't worry, I don't like you either. I don't have to like you. Anyway, the main problem... The main problem is that the fact that a movie is made to entertain also means that it must be detached from reality. It is not to politicized for the themes that is presenting. Yeah, do the gestures as usual. They all do them. The problem is not that it is politicized by itself, because if it had in-universe politicization, that would have been fine. The problem is that, as you mentioned, it makes too many references to reality. I don't go to the movies to see the equivalent of evil guy Elon Musk into Superman, the equivalent of the question now again about immigrants. I don't go there to see Orange Man Bad. I go there to see Superman, a story about Superman. Again, this is the approach where you don't go with gloves, you go with the fucking sledgehammer. That is why everyone is angry about the woke movement. There is no subtlety. Everything is either black or white.
Including the dwarves. But listen, Mussolini.
Yes, and they shouldn't.
This is the problem, okay?
All right, that was pretty
Look,
good.
okay? Listen,
I
okay?
respect
Here's the
that
problem,
one.
okay?
Good.
Listen, okay? I don't know how to say this, okay? But a lot of fantasy and a lot of sci-fi and superhero movies throughout the years, okay? They are political. They absolutely are. And they absolutely are supposed to be allegorical. I mean, actually,
Yes,
this might
but
be a difference
delicately,
between
not violently. That's the difference.
Let
That's
him
not
talk,
true.
let him talk,
That
let
is
him
not
talk.
true. That
Let
is
him talk,
not
yeah.
true.
No,
There's
it
actually
is true.
disagreement
It is true.
Tolkien and between C.S. Lewis. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis deliberately disagreed on symbolism and the use of the allegory within their literature. And C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia are known as classic pieces of literature. They are explicitly Christian allegories, okay? Whereas within, Tolkien's work, it's not supposed to be an explicit allegory, but it is supposed to be heavily inspired by his Catholic faith. And so, to try to remove that or to try to take that away from it, I even wonder.
I'm not saying you should remove it, but you should treat it with more delicacy.
Yeah,
Okay, so you can interrupt me, but I cannot interrupt you. Good to know.
No, you can't. Be quiet.
Let's just go one at a time. Everybody, calm down. One at a time. Try to keep peace here. Go ahead. Finish out, Fairy Queen, and then I'm going to let you respond. And then I have a question.
Okay.
Maybe move it a little bit.
I don't know how else to say this. Superheroes are political. They have a history of being political. They have a history of trying to, at least in the United States, they're supposed to be the symbol of the United States. There's a reason why Superman's motto for years have been truth, justice, and the American way. He is supposed to be a symbol of what it is to be an American. It is why, he was written in this way by Jewish immigrants that wrote the character in the first place. And so to ignore this, to try to strip that away from him, to say, I don't want this to be political. I'm sorry, but all literature is political. There's no getting away from it, okay? All literature is a product of its time. All literature is a product of the person that wrote it. You're surrounded by the literature that inspired you to write it from before, how it's interpreted, the economic, all of these things. You do not get to make a movie that is not political. Even if you try to make it apolitical, that is still a political choice, okay? And for you to go into a movie and to say, well, I don't want this all shoved in my face. You don't want to look at the lore. That's what Superman is. I'm sorry, okay? Superman
still
is
be misunderstood. It is not
you're
what I'm
not well
saying.
read.
Yeah, so
well, actually, I'm speaking technically a second language, not the first one like you. So maybe I'm a bit less versed into talking with people. But removing that, the main problem is not once again that it is political by itself. It is that it is too modern day political. If I want to see this story, why the fuck are you making an allegory for Elon Musk? If I want to see drama about Elon Musk, I go on Twitter. I don't go on the movies. Why should I see a story about immigration when the entire topics of everything, documentaries, news and everything, is about political Trump and fucking immigration even here in Italy? I can understand that you want to put subtext inside your movie, but you need to do it delicately and as removed from modern day as you can. Disconnect it.
I would say that can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead. I
would say that again, Superman, as far as I'm not a big superhero person, but immigration does seem to be integral to Superman's story. But also, I mean, good luck making any work of art that is outside the context of the time in which you live. Even if you don't intend it to be, again, even if we're trying to make a perfect one-on-one of, let's say Wuthering Heights or some sort of other, older novel, we can only do so through our modern interpretation of that time period and our understanding of that period of history. Again, even you can try as hard as you want, but it's going to be extremely difficult. And I don't think that there's anything wrong, especially if it is within the spirit of the author's original intent. I don't think that there's anything wrong with, and again, superhero movies are not terribly artsy. They kind of hit you over the head with the messages because it's meant to be, understood and enjoyed by people of all ages. So like Tolkien, yes, Catholic context to it, but more broadly, also an anti-war message. So if someone were to make a Tolkien adaptation of anything that had very explicit anti-war messages that maybe referred more to modern warfare versus the warfare that Tolkien would have, experienced, World War I and World War II, I wouldn't have an issue with it because I'd be like, well, yeah, this is speaking to the same issue that we're experiencing now, just slightly different. It makes it more relatable and interesting, frankly. It continues the conversation. It continues to make art relevant. And
can I ask a question, though?
Sure. I'm going to go say something here. Go ahead. But go ahead.
Okay, the question I want to ask is, then if that is true and we cannot remove anything modern from something political like art and such, which character in House of the Dragon is the Trump allegory?
Well,
Is the what?
Is the Trump allegory?
Is the Trump allegory?
It doesn't have to be an allegory. I would say that.
Then
like,
if Trump
it's not
can just
allegory.
not be mentioned there, why should it be in a Superman movie? It can be done without.
Well,
Why is it done with
hold
it?
on. So can I want to respond to that real quick. I'll include that kind of my thing because I think I'm kind of between y'all's positions here a little bit, right? Like so. All right, just to go by my background's poli-sci, right? That's my undergrad, and I like specialized political theory, and to get some of the political theory certificates from the Bush Library, one of the classes we had to take was science fiction and public policy, right? And so we examined like books like The Forever War. We had like Starship Troopers, Ender's Game. You know, you like cover some of several. I don't know. There's a whole bunch. It's been a few years, 10 years now probably. But so when we're looking at this, like sci-fi has actually like always been inherently written to like be a commentary on on like the current state of politics, right? You have like glory level love letters to like fascism. You have love letters to socialism. You have like things saying dystopian stuff. Like they all go into theory that can't be explained. It's like a thought exercise. That's a big part of sci-fi as a universe, right? And that's kind of what differentiates, I think, Star Wars, where it's a space opera, and 40K, where it's like an amalgamation, I can't even say the word, where it's a like combination of all these different genres combined into it, and they all have bits and pieces. And so when I'm looking at this, superheroes do kind of fall in this inherently political category. Like, you know, V for Vendetta is written specifically to speak about certain policies that are happening then.
Guy Fawkes, yeah.
Right. When I'm like, yeah, Guy Fawkes, right? And then like Superman, you know, it's like this, what if we're the bad guys? You see the Red Dawn thing, you know, or whatever. You see all this stuff. And then when I look at like sci-fi, I see that a lot as well. It's like commentary or satire where it takes its own universe, or it's parody, or it's like, you know, these things. And I don't have a problem with that. Like, I actually really enjoy it when it's done well, and I like it a lot. And I've commented how much I like the Andor stuff because I think it does that. It's like done universe. It's subtle. You know, you have like some of the Trumpian stuff applied to Palpatine, but not really, right? Like it's just there's like the allegory, like potential this big bad kind of thing, but it's like not whatever. And I like how that's done, right? And then I look at same thing if I look at Star Wars where there's this DEI aspect where it's very ham-fisted. Like, okay, maybe this is a personal complaint, but like the Acolyte, it like has some of the best fighting I've ever seen from Star Wars. But then I turned right around and it's got, okay, you have just no canon stuff that doesn't make sense. You have the forced inclusion of like characters that wouldn't be this thing at all. And you just like, and there's like major problems, and they do it with this express purpose of getting DEI in there and hand-fisting. And that's a real problem. And I have a major issue with that, as opposed to like when I talk about Star Wars, I'm a conservative. I think most people here know that, right? I like leftist media, I guess, in this regard. I like Star Wars. It's very good, and it's always been a left-leaning message. Like, you gave a leading role to, you know, Billy Dean Williams in The Empire Strikes Back. He's a major character going forward, right? This is somebody who's very progressive. He's like not a fan of Nixon. He wrote Palpatine to be Nixon, and then later he added Bushian ideas. Like, this is not a guy that likes it. So, and I still enjoy this, but it's kind of like so when I'm seeing this, I'm trying to like bridge this gap, because I do see the complaints that you're making, Danny, but I'm at the same time I'm like, he's right about the DEI being a problem when they do this, and the Lord, like, if you change the Lord just to be DEI, that's a problem. But like, I don't necessarily have a problem with the politics in it. Does that make sense? But go ahead, Fairy Queen.
It is what I said.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. Like, I think that House of the Dragons, like, actually is an example, and I have seen clips of it. To be clear, I haven't seen the entire thing, but
it is good. It is good.
I thought that, like, for the few, like, the bits of it that I have seen are very good, and there are progressive elements, like, within the series that it does really well. So an example of this would be like the Valyrian blood. One problem that you have, well, a problem, this is just a part of the world building, is there's a lot of incest amongst the Targaryens, okay? They have a great deal of incest between uncles and nieces, between brothers and sisters, you know, between cousins, in order to keep the Valyrian blood pure. And so one thing that the family tries to do to try to keep Valyrian blood within the family is they try to marry into another family that is also of unimpeachable Valyrian blood, and that's the Valyrians who live in Dragonstone. They don't live in Dragonstone. What is it? It's the other, I can't remember. It's the other It's where the old sea dragon is. Like often, I don't remember the name of it. But basically, okay, these characters are Valyrian. They have pure white hair, but they have black skin. And that's on purpose. There's a reason for that, like within that series. It works really well. And the purpose of that is to differentiate them from the Targaryens, okay? It's there so that you can clearly distinguish who is a Valyrian and who is a Targaryen character, because otherwise it becomes too confusing. You mix the people up with the silver white hair, and because that's how they try to differentiate people, like within the book.
It actually is a very good
movie
addition
series,
of lore
actually.
also, because there is actually a drama that comes out after about the main character actually having extramarital relationship, because the man of the Valarian family she married is actually gay, so she's having an affair, and the children that are born are bastards, and this becomes a very big plot point later. There is a little mention removing that Gibbs Magin wrote to me and asked to be dragged in. I don't know if you want that, but he told me, I'm telling you. Removing that. Removing that, there is a comment that has been made in the chat that I want to address for a second about the fact that comic books were always political. Yes, I can agree to an extent with that. The problem is the kind of politics. In one way, like Gibbs pretty much explained, in one case they were going to the politics with the gloves. Recently they've started doing it with the sledgehammer, and there is a reason the comic book industry of the USA is failing to manga, because nobody wants to be beaten over the head with recent culture war politics. They want to read a story that detaches them from reality.
I kind of don't. Actually, I have no idea. Like, I don't know. I did not grow up, like, reading the comic books. I grew up watching the cartoons as a child and, like, most of, like, the films. But I don't know. I don't know if that's exactly the truth. I think that actually the opposite. Well, one thing that I know that people have complained about comic book portrayals for a very long time is the fact that they look very highly pornographic. And I know that that is something that people have had increasing problems with, like within the comic books. Like, you'll go to pick up a comic book, right? And you'll have, you know, like this woman with her boobs practically bursting out of her superhero uniform, and there's no reason for it to be there. The reason for why it's there is to sexually stimulate, like, the person that picks up and buys the comic book. And, you know, we live in a world where porn is, like, easily accessible, where it's practically being shoved in your face all of the time. I mean, we have to be, and frankly, it's so easy to watch animated comics, you know, like you can watch the Batman, the animated series, you can see the Justice League, you can see all of these different, like, animated versions of the superhero cartoons that you don't have the need for comics for the pornographic element, because people are tired of that and they can access that in other forms. And you don't need it also in order to experience or to be familiarized with the world. The only people I think that actually, like, still read or still participate, like, within the comics are people who are heavily interested in knowing the deep, dark lore of everything that has to do, like, with the superhero people. I don't think it's people that it's not kids, okay, who are 10 years old lying in front of the fireplace flipping through their favorite Superman comic. I'm not sure that that's really happening anymore. I think probably more likely that kid is sitting in front of the television with their iPad watching, you know, like the Justice League, like on Hulu. They're not like, so comic books have become kind of anachronistic. And I kind of think the only reason you have that is that if you're an old-timer person who's loved superheroes for a really long time, or if you're a scholar and you're trying to conduct some kind of research on the history of the character, or you're just an amateur and you're interested in the history of the character. But I don't think people are really using comic books for, like, just pastime entertainment in the way that they used to be used.
I would actually disagree with that, for the simple fact that mangas are now overselling the entire comic book industries of the USA by single releases. I'm not saying, like, generally the entire manga scene is overselling the entirety of the USA comic book scene. I'm saying just Demon Slayer, one series of manga, oversold the entire industry of the comic book from the USA, for the simple fact that, as you said, yes, maybe it was over-sexualized. I don't like that term because it really depends in context, but some of the portrayals were, for both men and women, were over-sexualized. But at the same time, they were a lure. people wanted to look at very attractive characters of both sides, and they wanted to see the best version of themselves that they can or cannot be. And that was a big lure of the comic books. Now, sexualization apart, because that is a completely different problem. If your entire comic book industries, now that politics are not handled well, are handled like with a sledgehammer, as I said, they are beating you over the head with stuff. Like, there is entire series of even Superman that just focuses on his gay son. Now, I can understand you want to make the undertone of the character a gay version of the son of Superman. That is fine. But you cannot make the entire comic book on that. You need to make something else. It can be a trait of Superman, but it cannot be the only thing that the comic book talks about. Like, there is an entire number of the comic book that goes over how the son of Superman just goes on to the Pride Parade. And I'm like, okay, but this is a Superman comic. Can we see something, even Superman aligned? And I will say it is just the mishandling of the messages that are being portrayed. It is going from just an assertive but hidden message that makes you question the stuff that happens to just beating you over the head with the correct interpretation without anything else.
Well, let me.
There is no
I know
fun
that
under-
it-
I would say that I think comics are. Granted, I haven't read a lot of comics or interact with superhero media a lot. I actually specifically don't really like it because I do think it's extremely ham-fisted.
What about with
Like
Token,
it just does beat you over the head, even in its earliest iterations. It's just like,
Yep.
this is what we're trying to tell you. This is it.
So-
Don't use your brain.
Yep.
We
So,
will tell you what's
let me-
going on. And it's like, so
let
I feel like, yeah, like to that is very comic booky. Show him at the Pride Parade because that's what comics do. Is it's like, he's gay. Did you know he's gay? Did you forget that he's gay? And they do it with everything.
So let me ask
It's
you.
just
I
like,
wouldn't say.
you
I
know,
wouldn't say.
They
Just
do,
just take
that's
the
true.
Killing Joke. The Killing Joke, that is one of the most popular comics of all time about Batman, was all literally about how one single bad day can bring a man from being a normal person in a functioning society to Joker level of craziness. This story also has a perfect finale because you don't know if actually Batman survived that day or he became like Joker. Like, the final panel of the comic is Batman with hands on Joker. But you see only the shadow, so you don't know if he's laughing and just leaning on Joker or he's strangling him, proving Joker right. That is what comic books are. They must make you ask questions. They must be so well written that by the end you are left even questioning your own interpretation. Beating you over the head with a message will just make you numb to it, to a point that at one point you will start not wanting it around. Like, generally,
Let me ask you a question here. Let me just ask a question. All right, so like specifically to you, Charlie. Right. So okay, I think maybe there's some disagreement on like what's a good like comic or what's a good like example for political mission. But let me ask you this. So from my understanding, and maybe you can correct me where I'm wrong here. Token puts a lot of Christian themes, and is friends with C.S. Lewis in his real life, and this is like some of this stuff's like allegories for Christian stuff, etc., etc. I'm sure you can go into more detail or whether or not that's true. However, I like. What about whenever in like for the example, I'm trying to think of what the example. It's been a little bit since I watched Rings of Power, but they in the Rings of Power, and it seems like they introduce characters that like in situations that are very modern, and they're very some things that would be against what Tolkien, the author, would have, like, right? And we see this kind of with J.K. Rowling with some of the trans stuff, but like, and then at the same time, she flips on other issues, like with the LGBTQ. And we see it's like, well, okay, what would you do if you just made things that like the author would be very against within the realm, but just because it's politically relevant, or we're doing a modern adaptation? Do you have like problems with that per se, or what are your thoughts on that?
So my thoughts on that are, Tolkien actually had openly gay friends.
Sure.
He was friends with, I don't remember the name, but an openly gay poet, and then one of his friends was a lesbian female author. The only thing Tolkien's ever said about gay people was he hadn't heard the word homosexual until he was 19. So if someone was to include, there's also a lot of vaguely homoerotic stuff happening in the Lord of the Rings. Stuff that's like, it could be due to the era. It could be kind of like these guys are kind of in love. I mean, the point specifically with, I'm thinking of Sam and Frodo. The point at the end of the day is that these two men loved each other very much. In what capacity? Who cares? They loved each other, and it was a very powerful love. But it's also a love that is constantly compared to, the great love stories that Tolkien wrote. Even in his own writing, Beren and Luthien is the main one that I would think of, and also Galadriel and Celeborn. So if someone were to include anything openly LGBT in Tolkien's Legendarium, I don't think it would be negative. I don't think Tolkien would hate that. I think that if it was super sexy and horny, that would be very not Tolkien-y, because Tolkien isn't really into super sexy stuff. He's actually very... you can read Shelob very much as a fear of sexuality. But I think as long as it's in the spirit of the author's intentions, I think it's totally fine.
Let me just jump in
Yeah.
here real quick for a little house. Majin is giving me money to come in and ask, or give an example and ask a question real quick. So I'm going to bring you in for 2 minutes, and we'll just let him here have a little thing real quick, and then we'll just all open it up to
Fuck's
y'all again.
sakes.
All right, go ahead. Get your question in here.
All
Get
right.
your point real quick.
Anyways, I promise you, if you didn't drag me in here, I would never sub again. Anyways,
It's called bribery. Bribery works for Gibbs. I am a capitalist.
fuck it.
So yeah, go ahead.
So going back to these examples of superheroes, I'm kind of well diverse on like both Superman, Marvel, and DC, all that good jazz. I don't really, even though I can go into like a lot of the stuff on Superman. One of his most infamous comic books, right now, is about Superman turning evil in the what is those
Injustice
comics.
comics? Yeah.
Yeah, and these have played into a lot of different stories.
You there?
Did he crash?
Hello?
He pays money.
I think
He
he
Hello?
crashed.
finally brings him in.
Or
He
Dark
crashes.
Peak.
You're back. Okay.
No, I'm here. More of an emotional Superman. Right now, they have a comic run.
No,
Your
the
mic's
audio.
out again.
Huh?
Oh, your mic cut out again. You gave a whole
Oh.
speech.
There's a situation called, or new comics books called Absolute Superman, and a universe that Darkseid created, which is a lot more grittier Superman, a Superman that is willing to commit violence. One of the entertaining things is that Superman is somebody that is fragile. He is the biggest stick out there. And when things that are taken away from him, when he has to deal with real trauma and emotion, he breaks. He turns evil. He turns bad. He's not this big symbol of peace that he's being propagated as. I do want to go to a situation though, with the DEI, and a very bad example. The show that, or a very bad example of DEI, but it shows that this was only implemented to be a cash grab to to people nowadays. There's a character. It's actually a TV series now called Ironheart, right?
Mm.
Um, yeah, I know a lot of people. That's a big subject, right? And it has to do with this character named Riri Wilson, right? Super smart person, right? Was able to like, do some of the most incredible things in like science and all that, right? One of these incredible things was to break the Stark code, be smart enough to create another Iron Man armor, right? In the comic books, there's two things called Armor Wars and Demon in a Bottle. Tony Stark got tired of people stealing Stark tech, right? So he got really, really drunk and he went around and he like clapped up a bunch of people, right? One of these people, including to be like, is also Doctor Doom, one of the smartest people, if not the smartest person in the Marvel universe. Doctor Doom could not recreate or Stark tech. He had to steal it, right? So out of nowhere, some random kid from wherever, right? Somehow, barely into MIT, breaks the Stark code and is able to create an Iron Man suit. This is dog shit, right? This is just horrible writing, right? You've retconned a lot of things, right? Now, I pose y'all with a really good question here. If y'all know something about comics, who is Iron Man's best friend?
I don't know. Just tell us.
Tony
Come
Rhodes?
on. There we go.
Sorry,
Thank you,
Rhodes.
Danny. Yeah, James Rhodes,
James.
right? Who's also a black man, like Riri Wilson is a black woman, right? They could have easily changed Riri Wilson's last name to and named her Riri Rhodes. All this shit about DEI, all this shit that people are pissed off evaporates. It disappears, right? Because now you have a legacy character. You have something that makes sense.
Well, that's
You
not
have
necessarily better though, Majin. Like just
Hold on, let me finish. You have somebody that was sitting there the whole time with Uncle Tony and Papa Rhodes while they worked on the Iron Man suits, right? She could be all smart and everything too. Tony Stark's rich. Tony Stark could have sent her to the best of schools to make sure she got the best of educations, because that's her niece. Or that's his niece, right? But at this point, you don't have dog shit writing that explains something impossible in the mythos that shouldn't even fucking exist. She
well,
would learn from the best to make the Iron Man suit.
Well, just
Go
to
ahead, Gibb.
push back against that real quick, and then I'll move you out here and let you get one more thought here real quick. But like, I have a problem in the Star Wars universe where everything goes back to like 5 families. It's like, oh, we got Luke Skywalker, we got the Skywalkers, bro, and there's like 15 of them, and then we got a story taking place 1,800 years later, and it's fucking the Skywalkers are back again, and it's like, okay, how many times can we keep going? And it's like, oh, we're going into Star Wars canon, and then all of a sudden, the president of this planet is, oh, it's Han Solo's cousin, and it's like, okay, not everything can be the same 5 families, and like in a world like the Marvel world where there's super geniuses, the idea that like one random prodigy couldn't come up with like reverse engineer his tech isn't too far fetched for me, and actually could be a good thing if well written,
Nobody. There's
as opposed to a
even
legacy, though. I don't know. But I'll let you respond real quick and then move you out. We're going to keep going here.
even with Reed Richards and stuff like that, people that are smarter than Tony. Tony is only like smart when it comes to like the intellectual diaspora of like the Marvel universe, right? Each person fills like a certain niche, right? Tony Stark is robotics and technology. Reed Richards is like biology, space shit, da da da. Bruce Banner is radiation. And Spider-Man's a jack of all trades, right? Adam Bashir, Blue Marvel, is also one of the top tier guys, right? There's also Valeria Richards. This is actually a counter to what you were saying. Valerian Richards, Reed Richards' daughter, who's questionably smarter than her and Doom, or him and Doom put together. But Marvel doesn't have that royalty problem. There's not a lot of legacy characters. You probably got Franklin Richards and Valerian Richards. Peter Parker doesn't have a son. There's no relationship to Tony Stark. Steve
I
Rogers
think this
doesn't
could
have
be a whole different
anybody.
panel to itself. We can talk about the legacy problem a different day, because I disagree with this statement too. But
I'm just replying back to what you said.
Sure, that's
you
fine.
Just trying
But
to rush me out of here.
I am a little bit because I have a
Yeah.
timetable today. I got a second show to
Yeah.
do, and I know it's super late for Danny.
Gibbs is trying to say this
Nah, no
panel's
problem.
uncontrollable, and I'm like, bro, you just don't want me on here. That's all. That
No, no, it's just sometimes.
Yeah.
I love you, Majin. Don't be like that. All right, I'm moving out,
Imagine
sorry.
Dark Angels still suck.
Dark Angels are the best, and I would be on this panel to help you if Gibbs would allow it.
Well,
I
sorry. And he's gone. All right, so moving back here. Yeah,
I want to add only one thing. One of the main complaints about the Ironheart series is that the main character spends the entire first episode actually insulting Tony Stark. Like, oh yeah, I have nothing. I came from the streets. Tony Stark was a millionaire when he made and yet you go in the first movie. Tony Stark built the first Iron Man armor while a prisoner of the Taliban in a cave, and everyone is like, is this character really this stupid, insulting Tony Stark like this?
I think these problems where they're like ham-fisted, just like that's what, like, that one kind of goes with the Ryan Johnson thing, where like people make a choice. This is actually a different problem than DEI. Actually, I think in the lore, this is a problem.
Oh, that's just shitty writing. Don't worry.
Sure, right? Yeah, sure, right. But no. I think there's another problem that we hadn't really talked about here that I think actually you just might have talked about, which is we get these directors that sometimes will do things not for even DEI purposes, and I'm not sure if Ryan Johnson. I think he did do it for DEI for some of the stuff he did, but I think he also wanted to make a mark. And sometimes people will do something lore breaking in order to like that they like know that they'll be remembered in this way forever. Like, is that a problem y'all are seeing? Y'all think that's an issue that's coming up with some of these things? They want like doing something just so that they're the character, the guy that's remembered for like doing something crazy in the lore, like or like what I'm. Does that make sense?
I think
no.
that
No, okay, like so a big thing with Ryan Johnson, the reason why people are so upset is not just the DI, but like at the end he ran a campaign kind of, it was called "Fuck Your Fan Theory," and then like one of the follow-ups was "Fuck Your Lore," right? And he basically was like, I things need to change, things need to progress, and he like purposely did things that broke major canon issues, and it feels like he did it just so his name is permanently attached, and you'll remember this guy forever in perpetuity in this franchise, whether for good or bad. Does that make sense?
I mean, I think that people do, you know, things like for narcissistic reasons. Absolutely. But I guess I just want to talk about the DEI stuff. I mean, I feel like sometimes a story can just be bad, and it doesn't have to be because the character involved in the story is like a lady or gay or like not white. I think sometimes people just write a bad story, and I feel like when we pin it on DEI, it kind of sucks because then it's like people are like less inclined to, you know, make things that include characters that aren't like straight white guys. And I don't know. I guess I just want to push back on that a little bit because I've read a lot of stories where, you know, straight white guys are the main characters. You know, adaptations of many films, games, books, etc. And it sucks shit and ass. You know, uh, like I thought Kylo Ren was a dog shit villain. I thought that the Kylo Ren Rey love story, that was a, you know, white heterosexual love story. I thought it was dookie asshole. I thought it was bad. And mind you, I'm not a big Star Wars person, but those were my thoughts. Think about the Dragon Ball Z movie. That sucked. Where they had just like a random white guy as the main character. That was
not good.
That was ass. Like the first Mortal Kombat is so fucking campy. It's now kind of a masterpiece, to be honest. But like, they had all those like random like white people playing like characters that were like not white, and it was shit. Like it sucked. Like it was bad. You know, so I just think like sometimes maybe the issue isn't like the skin color. I think you can just sometimes not write a good story, and it has nothing to do with the gender, the race, or the sexuality.
While I agree with that, the problem is that, in my opinion, you are downplaying the problem of DEI. Nobody's saying that a character can't be black. Nobody's saying that a character can be a lesbian. Nobody's saying that a character can be gay. The problem is how you use that character. The problem is not what, it's the how. Like the Dragon Ball movie you mentioned was shit because it was a live action, and live action Dragon Ball, exactly how? Like, I don't know if you can even make it foreseeably. Even then, the problem was the story had nothing to do with the comics, the characters were not well represented, the powers were not well represented, the fighting sucks, the writing sucks. It is a general problem, but nobody attributed the movie failure to DEI. It was just a dogshit movie. The problem is when the dogshit writing actually comes from DEI ideology. It is not a problem of what is used, but how. One of my main favorite stories of Warhammer Horror, which is a series of books always related to Warhammer, is The King of Pigs. The main character is a gay man married to another man, and that had at one point an adopted daughter that died, unfortunately, of disease because he's an hive worker. That book is extremely good, but not because the character is gay and we needed more representation, but because the fact that the character is gay doesn't impact the story that much. It is a characterization. The character is gay, he has an husband and had a daughter. Okay, good. And then the story moves on. The connection remains. You know the character has an husband, he had a daughter, and there is an entire story about him seeing her in his dreams, then he comes out, it is chaos, corruption, and an entire thing. But the entire story is not centered on the fact that the character by itself is gay. It's centered on the fact that this gay character goes through a story, and this is just one piece, one tiny piece of his personality. It's not the center of it. You cannot take a character, make him gay, and there, you need to give him characterization other than his sexuality. And even when you take that, the problem of DEI doesn't even stop there. When you are representing something that has already representation in media, I will say like the recent casting that is happening for the new series of Harry Potter, where they cast a black man for Severus Snape. Now, He can be the best actor in the world, but we have a characterization of the character. We have drawings of Rowling when she made that character. He was always described with long hair, white, pale skin, sickly skin, big nose. He was pretty much white man but ugly. Now, even then, do you want to tell me that when they get to the scene where Severus Snape, when he was a kid, was being bullied, like from the father of Harry Potter and everything else, do you really want to tell me that doesn't change the perspective of it from him being an outcast to him being bullied because he's black? Do you want really to tell me that by changing this tiny detail, it doesn't change the interpretation of something that happens later? That is the problem. It is a Dia-inspired change that ruins a character moment, because it makes characters that were just assholes to the outcast into characters that were actively racist. But some of them are the heroes of some of the books. You understand where the problem is now?
So I'm not a Harry Potter person.
Maybe
I've
just
never
do one
liked
little
Harry.
order
I've never.
I'll let you respond. Then I'm
okay.
just gonna say, let's just make closings as well. Why don't you go ahead and respond? And you make it a closing. Sorry, I have a slight time schedule thing going here.
Okay.
My bad. I apologize. Go ahead, Charlie.
Oh, okay. So closings. I'm not a big Harry Potter person, and it goes beyond J.K. Rowling being an asshole. I've just always hated Harry Potter. I thought it was lame. So I just thought the magic wasn't that cool, I guess. But like,
Agreed.
wasn't the whole thing like Harry Potter's dad was a big asshole, right? Like, and
No.
I don't see much of a difference between
No,
like,
hold on. Just let her
like
finish.
isn't bullying someone for
Let Taylor
being
finish.
black also like kind of just as bad as bullying someone for being like weird? Like, I feel like
Yes.
the bullying is
Hold on,
kind of
Danny. Just
it's
think about
the
it. We're gonna
same.
close here. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
also, sorry, yeah.
I guess, sorry, okay. Anyway, at the end of the day, I think that changes to lore are fine, because from medium to medium, you're going to have different, restraints or constraints rather. And so, changes will always happen when you switch to a new medium. And I think that as long as it's in the spirit of the original work or answers a question posed by the original source material, I think that that's totally fine.
I'll add my answer very fast so you can stay to your timetable. The fact of Harry Potter's father being an asshole, that is true only in the flashbacks when he was a kid. He was an asshole when he was a kid. When he grew up, he actually repented for a lot of stuff, tried to protect the mother of Harry, like fought Voldemort hand to hand. He wasn't the smartest one, like at least get a wand, but he became a good guy. He was an asshole when he was a child. It is immaturity of children. But I really think it will change the big interpretation from him being an asshole to the outcast kid, and we can all relate to the outcast kid, and make him look even worse when he's technically one of the main heroes of the story, because the Order of the Phoenix, he was one of the main resistance members against Voldemort. It will change the interpretation of the scene from him being an asshole to the outcast, because Severus Snape wasn't really a good person to be around even when he was a kid. He was moody, he was always sarcastic and such. He changes that interpretation to him being an asshole to the black kid, which is technically the wrong interpretation of the scene.
Well, I mean, I think that it also represents that people can change. I mean, I think that that's a kind of, well, to be honest, every time I meet a white man, I think, yeah, you were probably like really evil on Call of Duty, huh? And that's just like, but people change, they become better. And so I think James Potter could have been maybe a little racist. He probably was, even if Snape is white, because he's like a white dude from Britain in the 90s. He's probably a little racist. And then you could be a better person when you get older and not be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like I think the premise is the same.
Real quick,
I
why don't you
actually-
give y'all shout outs real quick, and then very quick, you can close out with your closing thoughts and you give yours as well. Sorry. Just where are they find you, Charlie?
Oh, Enemy Charlie. I primarily stream on Twitch. This is my first YouTube stream. You can also find me on Twitter. I rarely post on Instagram, but I'm Enemy Charlie everywhere.
Danny, where can they find you?
On the Pontius on YouTube.
Fantastic. And very quick closing thoughts. Where can they find you and everything? Sorry for the rush in.
No, that's okay. You can find me at Dareal, DAREALFQ on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm mostly on Twitter, though. Okay, if you want to fight with me, you can fight with me there, or I can hop on stream. I don't dodge. Okay, so if you want to talk to me, I will. I guess closing thoughts. I do have something to say about the Harry Potter thing. I'll just say it very quickly. I don't think that the change that it makes to that interpretation of the character is bad, because my understanding of like Snape as a character is that he's meant to be kind of like an incel. He's meant to be like sort of like this guy who wants to like desperately wants to be with Lily, and he's seething because James he feels has usurped. He can't ever really be with Lily. Like that is definitely it seems like the intent of the character, even though the word isn't specifically used. And frankly, the choice to like have the character be a black man as opposed to a white man is in line with what we know about research regarding people that describe themselves as incels. That is, the majority of people that describe themselves in that way are mostly men of color. They are mostly men that have some kind of a disability, and they are mostly men that come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. They are men that come from impoverished places that don't have a lot of resources. And we have to be honest that a lot of those resource places are frequently, like, unfortunately, oftentimes people of color like come from those backgrounds and from those areas, like in the United Kingdom and within the United States. And so I think that it is not only appropriate, it probably makes sense to update the character of Severus Snape to reflect that reality, because it is the reality, and it's the reality of millions of men that are currently struggling right now in the United States and overseas the United Kingdom. But closing thoughts would be this. The importance of lore, it goes back to like why the importance of fiction itself. And that's that fiction is like, it's why do we care about the Greek myths? We care about them the same reason why we care about superheroes, Lord of the Rings, and all of these different stories. It's because they've transcended lore. They're supposed to be symbols of something greater, symbols of the nation, symbols of love, symbols of the hero's journey. And I think that while I think it's important to have historical context and everything that Enemy Charlie said, I also think that there's no reason like why we shouldn't allow stories to be able to evolve with the time in order to be able to appropriately reflect the symbols and like reflect what people are thinking, and to use these stories to help them get by. So that's my closing thoughts.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is good. This got a little more heated than I thought it was going to be. I didn't know lore was so contentious a subject. Maybe I should have thought wrong. But I thank y'all so much for coming. This was fun. Guys, here in about 5 minutes, we're going to be starting a panel over water commodification and then the Texas water wars. That might get heated. I think I didn't know water was going to be more bloody than oil, but it seems like it might get that way. So thank y'all for coming, and anyway, it's exciting to stick around. Bye, everybody. Appreciate it again, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys. I gotta use a brief restroom break real quick, and let me just we will get started on the next panel. Give me just a brief moment. I thought the next this panel was gonna be the one that was gonna be more bloody. This one's pretty fucking feisty though.
How was it? This is my first YouTube. First YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, give me a brief moment here. I would play music or something, but I don't want it to copyright strike me or fucking mute something for YouTube when I upload it later. All right. Okay, yeah, just imagine some music, boys. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm sitting here back. I'm back now. Water commodification and Texas water war. Give me a brief moment. I'm gonna mute. It looks like somebody's having a technical issue, and we'll be getting going. Here, 1 second. Here. I'm unmuted. All right, welcome everybody to another episode of Give Me a Break. We're going to do our second one today. We're doing Texas Water War and the water commodification issues we're going to be talking about. I'm pretty excited. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll go for intros after that. Fabian, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can call me Scott. You can just Google me, Fabian Liberty. You'll find me on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. I am a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-objectivist, whichever you want to call me. Yeah, happy to be here.
All
I always
right.
like these panels with Gibbs. Gibbs does good panels.
Thank you.
Everyone should follow Gibbs's panels.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I wouldn't do intros, but we're going to do probably a couple different intros here with when we dive into this. So go ahead and non-fun. Tell us who you are, where to find you, all the good jazz. I appreciate the shout out, by the way, Fabian.
Yeah, I'm Nonfun. I'm a neoliberal libcuck streamer. You can find me at Twitch and Kick at Nonfun420 and on YouTube at Nonfun. And I just had a cool debate with one of the people who was recently on Jubilee. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you guys should check that out after this panel, obviously.
Who was it? You want to give us any exciting teasers?
Yeah, that guy who told Mehdi to get the fuck out.
Oh,
It was that dude.
That ought to be good. Definitely check that out. I'll watch it
I haven't
later.
watched it because Jubilee sucks, and they will take down your stream if you try and react to it. So fuck Jubilee.
That's true.
Fuck their content.
Should I watch that before I watch it? Should I watch his portion and then go watch yours?
It probably because we talk about what he talked about in the Jubilee video. So
Yeah, it looks like I'll be checking that out tonight after this. I'm excited. I'm
You
excited
can
to
watch it on you get away with it on Twitch because
Well,
it's fair use. They won't take down your stream. Just don't be streaming on YouTube when you do it.
Oh, well, I probably won't. I'm not gonna leave somebody's content like that. But but yeah, go watch this shit. I'm gonna go do that later in my free time here and when I'm gaming. Get some background noise. Grit, go ahead. Where are you at? What do you do?
I'm Grid One Motorsports. I'm at an Unreasonable Man on both Twitch and YouTube. I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and we're a small lobby, but we're powerful. And and we're going to talk about water rights tonight. That's what we're going to do.
Also, to Dr. Man, when I do leech those videos, I do that and I shout them out a whole bunch in the channel at the same time. So go follow the 40K lore people I follow. They're much smarter than I am. We had one on today, Danny Fortuna. And most of them I messaged beforehand, telling them I'm going to do it. That's the other way you do it. If you're going to leech somebody, try to do it ethically, I guess. Hey, that's crazy. You're just saying that.
Fuck IP.
Yeah, well, I want everybody to make money. That's kind of where I'm at. But we have the fuck IP
Me
day
too.
today.
That's why fuck IP.
A different day. Yeah. So, all right, let's go ahead and start off with the water commodification. What are our main things here? What do you think? What are your thoughts on this, Fabian? Why don't you give us an intro on it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of open-ended, more of a discussion, small panel, so I
Sure.
won't go too much into it. What I find more often than not, because you talked about when you sent it to us, you put the word commodification, which I thought was so funny because that's a Marxist term for privatization, right? Like so even the framing of the conversation is already in Marxist terms, as so much of our language and thought is today. Like critical thinking, for example, is a Marxist term. Things like that you shouldn't say. But setting that aside, the reason I bring that up is because so often we couch these conversations in what is we couch these conversations as if this is what privatization means. And really, when we start looking at water rights and things of that nature, and we find horror stories over and over and over again, it is authoritarian governments and socialism that causes these problems. Full privatization of water is absolutely what we should be doing. There should be no state-run water facilities, no county-run water facilities, etc. We should be selling water in a market and allowing competition. And we certainly shouldn't be using eminent domain to steal people's lands so that they can build housing developments and so that they can cheaply ship water into cities where they get their water at a premium at the expense of poor people or farmers and people that live out that have to pay more for water, despite the fact that water was already readily available to them. So this is me on my soapbox, absolutely hating the government and absolutely hating socialism, as everyone calls this a problem with corporations and a problem with capitalism.
All right, let's go to non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a neolib, so I'm going to have a presumption in favor of the free market and commodification or whatever. And I think in the U.S. you do see pretty decent outcomes, even from privatization of like water utilities, which you could at least, I could see a conceivable case being made that that's a natural monopoly that there might be some benefit for state ownership of. But at least within the U.S., like there was a paper that came out recently that found like even like once water was privatized, not only did service get better, but you found like fewer like Clean Water Act violations. So I don't think I'm gonna lean in favor of certain types of water commodification in the U.S. Now, obviously, I would also prefer some type of redistribution system that does ensure people have the income necessary to buy water, even if they don't have even if they don't participate in the labor market or whatever. But it seems like private ownership of water stuff is fine in the U.S. Maybe if we were a Nordic country, okay, we could have really good public ownership of water utilities. But I don't think that's where we should be focusing our attention when it comes to public ownership.
All right, Grid, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, as a constitutional conservative, I'm all about the small government, and so that particular worldview, obviously, you can't have a modification of water. I mean, that's like the most globalist neo-Nazi thing I've heard in a long time, and it's just an overreach, right? That undermines any kind of private property, any kind of state sovereignty, all of it, and dare I say, even natural rights. While again, a small government, so I believe that there should be for public water works some management, right? I can agree with that and get along with that, but that's not what's happening here in Texas. What's happening in Texas is evil. It's absolutely evil. They're actually they're diverting water underground to from one place to another, so that they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay for it, and they actually just basically steal this from the citizens of the state, and then sell it to other people, and that's a problem for me, right? Like that's a real issue, and the fact that they're talking now about water futures, and there's a potential for hedge funds to buy up these water units, which I'm not even sure that. And basically, Texas is currently trying to turn water into a tradable asset. While I certainly respect the viewpoints of Fabian, Liberty, and Nonfon, which align closely with my own, I think they skipped over the main issue, and that is that hedge funds are privately owned. And by giving them the power to buy up all of the water and redivert the groundwater from one place to the other, and pumping water underground to avoid taxation and conservation districts and things like that. That's just straight up evil. There's no other word for that, and it can actually kill people, and it can turn arable farmland into a desert. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems here, I think, that we just haven't even bothered to touch on yet.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go to Kel in 1 second. One, I'm very excited to see we have one of our first sponsor streamers. She's reaching out to new brands. We got White Claw sponsoring Kel. Big shout out to White Claw.
White girl wasted already.
Yeah. No. I also give her a moment. I know she's having some tech issues here. Are you ready to go, Kel? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
this is my Ethernet unplugged, so I'm gonna go check the other my cable after my statement.
But yeah, let me we'll go to when I originally was talking to Kel. I don't think this is the direction she was wanting to take the water commodification thing. I think she had been overhearing I guess us talk about price gouging on the water bottles thing. I know Fabian, you've gave a few. We'll go with dissertations on that here on many a panel, and I think so. That's something you want to. So I'll give you a chance to address those. But I think what was interesting to me is when I messaged Fabian and I messaged you about this the other night was how much of this is affecting right now here where I live. And I was like, oh, I wrote it down. I was like, this is the thing we do need to talk about because I generally, as a moderator, I just want to say I'm usually pretty ultra capitalist, but there's some real problems here that I think need to be discussed from different angles. And so, Kel, go ahead and give us your opening. Tell us who you are, what you are, and then and all that good chat, where to find you, and your thoughts on this so far.
Evening. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, I've always had technical difficulties, getting progressively better. But yeah, that was like I think Gibbs and I were talking about this during a slosh cast one night, and I was literally like, dude, I was so mad when I found out that it's not a monopoly, but it might as well be, that Nestle owns like how many springs in the United States or whatever. There's a spring in Texas that's another big water company. I'm blanking like off the top of my head, but they don't even have to pay a yearly fee to go collect that spring water. They paid like a one-time fee of $150, and then they're selling it to you for $3 a bottle. Like a typical, like I'm a smart water girl. Like depending on your state, it's like $150 to $3, like depending on where you are, right? And so obviously, if it's like zero, I think it's sorry, let me look at my numbers. It's literally 0.05 to 10% per bottle, including the sourcing and plastic production and everything else at the source. So that would literally make it like a fucking 3,900% increase, which is pretty insane. And I mean, let's look at Flint. There's a ton of, examples of why the commodification of water doesn't work. And yeah, exactly what you said, that it's taking resources from other, like the actual local towns.
All right, discuss. What are our thoughts, panel? Here you go.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Grid, I don't. Maybe I misspoke in my intro or something. I'm right there with you, buddy. Like I think the way these corporations have utilized water at the behest of the government, and as Kel says, it's like a monopoly. It is a monopoly. Monopolies are only granted by the state, right? Free market capitalism doesn't create monopolies. That's not how that works at all. The only way that monopolies are created is when the state gives permission. And the entire concept of a natural monopoly was about water. That was the primary concern when the term that we now use is natural monopoly, right? Other leftists, started just using monopoly to mean like a market share. They kind of changed the definition. But when talking about a monopoly, Adam Smith in oh my God, why can I not think of the book that founded capitalism? Not important, right? He was talking about about water rights specifically, about what would happen if one company was granted a government privilege or to own and distribute all of the water in a given area. I think that, we recognize wealth of nations. My chat is pissed. They're like, wealth of nations. Yeah, they get it. Right. But they were, like that is, we recognize that humans need food, shelter, water. Right. Like we recognize, kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs or, like at the very bottom of the pyramid or just like what it requires for us to survive. Water is really important. And so, yeah, this is why I have a lot of ire and hatred for socialism. As Kel's mentioned, it was not commodification or privatization that has been such an issue with water in Flint, Michigan. But of course, government run water systems that have failed over and over and over again in Flint, Michigan. And Nestle does have a lot of places where it owns water, where it does no damage, where it improves the area, right? When you compare Nestle and the way that they treat water, the way they produce it, et cetera, versus when it's fully government run, obviously the government does a much, much worse job. But what we are talking about is fascism. We are talking about the merge of the corporation and the state. We are not talking about free market capitalism.
Yeah.
We are talking about the government granting privileges to companies to,
What's the government
especially
itself?
Especially in Texas, where the government is allowing corporations to use eminent domain to buy land off of people against their will. Then in Texas, they make it a law, and it's this way in many places, where if you destroy a certain amount of land, right, then you have to replace that land. And the best way to replace that land isn't planting trees or having people come in and reproduce wetlands. It's buying with eminent domain again more land around the new water reservoir that you created so that you can sell rich people waterfront property after you demolish the homes of people that have been living there.
I mean, what's happening in like, all right, so like the new Bromfield's Utilities, right? That's this organization. I think it's like a co-op. I think it's regulated by the state. but it may be like community or privately owned. They have what they're doing is they're tapping an aquifer and they're sending the water 100 miles north.
Sorry, where?
So that the local community.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They're still in Georgetown.
Okay.
Yeah, they're sending it 100 miles north, and because they can. And there's a lot of outrage about it because I mean they're not turning it into bottled water, Kel. That's not what they're doing. But they're it's
They're diverting
still
water
evil,
to
right?
cities.
Well,
so that
not only
cities
that,
can have cheap water.
There's more to this too. Like, I mean, maybe
there's a lot to
I'll
it.
just dive into it, right. So there's like Kyle, College Station, Brian. They're on one side. They're on the Houston side.
Yep.
Like right in between, and they're actually the most expensive land in the world, or not in the world, in like America. Is about to become an area called Hearn, Texas. It's the exact halfway point between all those two cities, Dallas and Houston, like the greater Houston area, right? So it's this right convergence. So everything's moving there. That's about to become real big, and so they've cut the water off at these aquifers that are in the eastern northern half. Or the western northern half of the water, and now that water comes down and provides these like central area cities with their water, and so they're cutting all this water off from them in order to feed the growth up north of Austin. It's very like politicized. Who's getting the water? Why aren't these people getting the water? And this is also, in turn, these people are going and buying this land. They're eminent domain. They're taking from ranchers, and they're pumping this water away from the ranches that are there and like their own areas. So just like in Corpus Christi, so I brought the desal plant up. Originally, the first desal plant was supposed to be for Corpus, and now all that money's being sent up. All that water's being sent to Georgetown. And Corpus Christi, like the residents, are like, wait, why aren't we getting this water? We're in the middle of a fucking drought. And they're like, oh, well, we'll just build another plant. And it's like, well, what about the industrial concerns, the environmental concerns? We can make our supplies off fishing right here. Like, that's a big part of our local industry. You know, like we have beaches, we have tourism industry. You're going to fuck up a lot of shit if there's something goes wrong here. And, you know, there seems to be a lot of controversy here. But I'll turn it over to somebody else here. That was
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I mean,
exactly what you were saying about that. I'm like, well, that's the thing is I'm like, it's whatever I did, I ruined like the Wi-Fi on all three of my devices, so it makes me want to crash out. But whoever, like, I think Channel 5 recently did like an interview where there was an entire town, like a Native American like group that was like completely cut off from their water because they were building like a resort like right in a similar area, and there's like several examples of that. Bro, if you look at San Diego, I'm sorry, like if you look at like the TJ like San Diego divide, like it's like the water quality just.
well, California is an excellent example of how this gets out of result or out of hand, because if Colorado turned off the water, California would disappear.
well.
Because
Well, what's interesting?
that's a reality.
Just to like kind of maybe like make
Well, they
this
can't,
bring
but
this
yeah.
to the political, like philosophical side, right? This is kind of why I think Fabian and you and I differ a little bit with like in forms of like government, right? Like in one aspect, if we were just let the free market go free, which is Texas, what kind of has done this a little bit. This is maybe the problem when you have actors that aren't acting totally in like like everybody's best interest. And I cringe saying that. Like that pains me to say, right? But like you have like because I mean that's against the my might race right kind of philosophy. But when I see it, I look over here. And
Where's an example of this?
Well, like with the aquifers right here, we have the New Braunfels company. They're taking the water. You have one area that's just being disaffected because one company's taking advantage of the laws of the land.
What does that have to do with the free market, though?
Well, would you not?
Because New Braunfels is a
certainly
New Braunfels Utilities is it's
They're
a
taking advantage of-
partnership between private industry and local government. It's
Right, that's
not
not
a private
capitalism.
industry.
That's not free market capitalism at all. What you're
Right,
describing
but
you also have
government
private companies doing
grant-
it
you
too.
could see, I think obviously you could see like a similar outcome to this happening under capitalism. Like you would expect, like if a big city is experiencing a lot
Well,
of
there's
growth,
there's a
and the
private company doing
people-
the same thing as well. That's not New Braunfels, and then they went to this like they
What's
go,
that?
What they-
and they apply for eminent domain over the land, and they get it through the paperwork.
So non-fun.
Well, Fabian
So
said
non-fun.
that is a government collaboration, obviously.
Actually, that's a hedge fund.
Yeah, like when a
The hedge
government
fund is
grants
doing that.
monopoly and grants them special privileges and grants them powers that are against capitalism, right? Like eminent domain being a huge one. And then on top of that, let's also be clear, when we talk about like taking water from a libertarian perspective, we would say that when someone has groundwater, there's kind of like two areas of philosophy here. Either A, they have what is known as a common property right to that water, right? So if you pull, let's say if I go right outside your private private, like your fence, right outside your property, and then I pull all of the water that was underneath your house, right? There's kind of two areas here, both of which would be described as aggression. Either A, you own all of the land that was underneath you, right? And because water moves in and out, you own that water, and by taking away that water, they've stolen from you. Or B, you have a common property or an easement right, right? So just like the electric company has a right to enter your property to go fix an electric line, right? Even though it is your private property, there's still certain circumstances, right? Like let's say you had a trail that was there for a park or a driveway, right? Let's say to someone else's house, and then you build a house, but the driveway is still there. They have an easement right because they've always used that driveway to get to and from their property. So when you're taking water from people that previously had water, and you're doing it with special government privileges and special government powers, that couldn't be further from free market capitalism.
Let me try to bridge the gap, and then I'm going to turn it over to non-fun because I think he's going down the kind of path I want to take this. And so I agree with all of that actually, right? Because I'm obviously she's working on her tech. Just don't worry about it. I already talked to her. She's trying. When I'm sitting here going down this path with you, right? I'm looking at it and I go, okay. Let's go with this idea of we're gonna do like no rules. The government, they're not gonna have this ability. I think that yes, they're taking advantage of government like being able to have these laws or whatever. But Texas is pretty close to about as free market as you can get under our current system, like within the states, right? And so it's
not when it comes to water.
I mean, apparently not, right? But we stretch it like a little bit step further, I think this is where non-vol was going. Is that it's like not that hard to imagine this under like a anything goes system. What like isn't that where you're going with non-vol? Is that kind of
right? Like even in the like in Capistan society, right? Like we would imagine there would be some cases where like people in big cities who are presumably like richer would bid away like water resources from like smaller towns. Now that's probably not like always a bad thing, right? Like it could be the case that like cities like value the water more, and like the economy overall is going to grow more if these big cities grow by using the water than if the small towns use the water. But I think you could see pretty similar results even under the Fabian Liberty.
Well, no, like let's take it right. Like so you have an imaginative. Like you have a hypothetical, right? So let's deal with your hypothetical, so we can imagine like people getting fucked over in some capacity. So non-fun, do you rent?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you got cut off.
No, I don't.
Are you own? That's okay. Fair enough. I didn't know. Hell
well,
yeah!
I
okay.
live with my parents. So they own their home. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So imagine you're gonna move out. All right, with your parents. Okay. So when you move out of your parents' house, one thing I would suggest, maybe you haven't thought of this, but most people do think of this, is when you're looking at apartments or houses in areas and you're going to go rent a place, one of the things you do is you check out how expensive is the electricity? How expensive is the water bill? Do I have to get a gas? Okay, how expensive is gas? Because you have to budget how much money you have. It's not just rent, you have to pay utilities. Okay, so if you have city A and city B, and city A, the water costs $500 a month because the water is becoming scarce and they don't have good access to water and they haven't shipped in water in a good way. They don't like whatever, right? And city B, the water is $50 a month and the rent is the same and the square footage is the same. Unless there's some significant thing that is going to make you want to live in city A that's worth $450 more a month in utilities, you're going to go live in city B. Right? Like that's the price mechanism. That's the market. So when you talk about people as if there's like, okay, but if we had capitalism, they'd get fucked in some capacity. It's like, I don't understand how a free market is supposed to enact this like weird punishment. What we were talking about really is we're talking again about the fascistic state of water in our current system, right? Where the government allows monopolies on these things and there's no price mechanism and there's no ability to compete. You can't get water to your house. You can't switch hookups from a different company in almost anywhere in America. Almost anywhere in America, if you live somewhere, water is going to be city-run water, or it's going to be some company that has a contract for the city. Like it is going to be government-run in every single capacity. And so I just don't understand how we're having these issues with the current system, and we're saying, oh, but imagine how bad it could be in a free market system. It would only be better.
Right. So I mean, I think for one, like when I
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, just real quick. When I say like people are getting fucked over, I just mean like there's essentially winners and losers. Not that it's not an overall benefit, right? Like I think globalization was an overall benefit, but there were small towns that were kind of fucked over by this. And I think just as you would see winners and losers from some, the government collaboration with water utility companies, you would probably also see winners and losers from a totally free market system, even if overall it would be better.
But when we're talking about winners and losers, what we are talking
page is what's going on here. Because,
yeah, go ahead, Grid.
Because
winners and losers is just a bad framing. You know it.
I think there's some bad framing going on here. So here's the thing. So New Braunfels Utilities is a private company with a state endorsed, or they're licensed by the state or city or whatever they are, right? And they're the ones that are right now pumping water away from an aquifer. Now, their justification for this originally was, hey, we're a private company. We own the land. We can do whatever we want with the water on our land. It's in an aquifer. It's groundwater. And in Texas, you have rights to your groundwater.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that no matter what they thought originally, the reality is these aquifers do not fill back up as fast as they originally thought. So, because they thought with all of the flooding, these aquifers would just refill and they could pump this water. Well, they're wrong. We're 5-10 years into this. 5 or 10 years into this debacle, they're figuring out that these aquifers are getting lower and lower. There's less and less water.
It's a drought.
And the flooding is getting worse because they're not building dams. They're not building reservoirs to hold the water. They're relying on these underwater aquifer. You don't like the wet aquifer? You prefer aquifer?
I didn't know you were in my chat. I was literally typing out, but I feel like it'd be a dick move to mention it.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been thinking it the whole time. But
it's okay. I don't know why I did. I don't
be that asshole.
I
was just saying it to my chat.
I was like,
I didn't know you were in my chat. My bad. It's aquifer.
I was like, he's mid thing. It's not taking away from the point. I'm gonna let him finish.
No, it's an aquifer.
It was getting under my skin, but I didn't want to be a dick and interrupt you. You know what I mean?
I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. But anyway,
I feel bad. I feel bad now.
So it is pretty private. It is pretty privatized, and hedge funds are moving in because once this is something valuable, that's what happens. More people want to own it, and they have control over it, right? So, the problem is the laws in Texas support this privatization. They support exactly what you're talking about. The city really can't come in and stop them from doing this. Now what they ought to be doing is they ought to be building lakes and reservoirs to help control their flooding and maintain, so we don't have all of these things every 4 years in Texas where half of Houston floods 1 year and Kirk County floods, 2 years later.
So let's say I have a river from point A to point B that dumps into a lake, okay, and I want to build. There's a whole bunch of rich people, let's say, right? Because then something will be done about it. There's a whole bunch of rich people that live on this lake. And then I decide to dam that water. Right? Now you can say, well, the Texas laws are, support their
she's been
right.
waiting like 10 minutes.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Right. But so if I build a dam on that, my actions have directly changed the flow of water. I don't own water if the water is flowing somewhere else. Okay. I own the water. I own the land. Okay. But the water that is on my land moves off of my land very quickly. And so I disagree with your framing that this is actually some form of privatization or a private property problem.
But it is because it's literally a reservoir of water under their land. It's groundwater. It's under their land. They're pumping it out. And all water rights laws, as far as I know, in the West,
you're claiming it is causing flooding, correct?
No. That's not the claim.
They assumed that because of the flooding, that would refill.
Let me give a little more background. Yeah, so there's a couple things going on here, right? Because all the lakes in Texas are basically man-made, except for one outside Houston, right? And they're all used for water retention, right? Then the other area we get water from is the aquifer system, right? And so it's been under assumption for a while, I guess, I don't know, when I was growing up, that they would refill, do whatever. Then we hit a drought. Then we figured out that's not how they're actually refilling, and there's underground sources, right? And what's happened
Yeah, of
is,
course.
yeah, right. And so they're like, oh, it's not from this stuff.
Any geologists like freshmen in college could have told
that's
them
what the geologists came out there and they figured out, well, you have this thing called Texas clay, and water doesn't permeate whatever, how much deeper than whatever. And that's why here you go a certain depth and there's the water line and then it's really high and you basically have fucking rock. And so, long story short, they're figuring out, okay, the aquifers aren't refilling. There's only so much water, right? And they're basically, we have the water rights. The laws here are written basically, and they're a little bit antiquated because if I own property here, I own the water, like under my land. However, that water is also attached. If it's like if you drill the bottom into a lake and you just start pumping shit out, well, everybody is attached to the lake. Now you've taken all their water, but technically it's still your water because it's directly below you, right? Like that's kind of the
right. That's what I'm talking about. Is what I'm saying is that when you're draining water and it is pulling water from someone else's property by virtue of the action of you draining water, then what we were talking about is doing damage to the property of someone else's, right? Like if I let's say I own, like let's say we live in
a non-renewable resource at the end of the day. Like it's a renewable
water is not.
That's the problem right there. Okay, so then it comes to this is where the Corpus Christi comes in.
Why are we okay? All right, just fuck my point.
Well, no, okay, go ahead, Fabian.
Else.
No, we'll go ahead, Fabian. Then we'll come back.
Completely unrelated to what I was saying,
but it is related.
Well, I'm just saying. Together. No, what I'm saying is if I'm in my backyard, I live in Ancapistan, right, and then I just start pumping noxious fumes on my property in the back corner of my property, and then it starts killing all the plants or like poisoning the dog of my neighbor, right? You can't just be like, well, it was on my property, that's your fault for being my neighbor. Like, no, you did something on your property that damaged the property or persons of another person. The same thing is true if you are taking all of the water from an underground reservoir and then other people's property is being harmed in some capacity. That could be their access to water, or that could just be the fact that groundwater is important for the biodiversity and the life in their rancher or something. And all of a sudden they're like, why is my grass not growing? Why are my cows not getting a good diversity of grass? Why are there less bugs or whatever, whatever species that, creates a healthy biome that allows for really good grass-fed beef because I have all these different plants because there needs to be all these bugs. There needs to be all this wildlife. Like something is happening to my property that is directly attributable to what you did on your property. We're no longer talking about like, oh, this is private. This is a privatization issue that needs socialism. This is a legal issue where you have damaged my property, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that. And that's the thing is, I think that up until like all of these major environmental catastrophes that have happened pretty semi-recently, it was like, well, how are we to say that like this water is that detrimental to the environment? Like it's been like decades of research that we've had to see like the ramifications of it. So maybe like there's more of an argument there, but it's like too little too late for like
those aren't first order consequences. So when you start getting into legal territory, at least of aggression and intent and all that other stuff, you're going to get into a problematic position once you start getting into second.
Well, you're saying that like the only like you're getting into an issue, you're harming my property by having that water on your property because it is like harming the environment around it. So that's a direct correlation of that. It's like where does the line of culpability lie?
No, you haven't addressed the issue here, and the issue here is
no. You didn't hear what I said.
No, I heard what you said.
You want me to re-explain it in baby terms? Okay,
you don't need to re-explain it in baby terms.
Here, I'll explain it for you.
So hold on. Stop.
Stop.
You're being stop being a child.
Basically, what you said is literally that. Okay, well, there's water here that's harming my dog.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
There's water here that's There's water here that's harming my dog on your property, and it's leaking into my yard. Where does like the level of culpability lie? That's what I'm saying. Duh.
Yeah, and I explained that there's a difference between first order and second and third order consequences, right?
For the layman, for the people that didn't go to college, could you explain?
Yeah, I'm fine with explaining it. Just don't interrupt me and like call me names because you don't understand what the hell I'm saying.
What name did I call you?
Just go ahead and explain, David. Go ahead. She's just asking you to explain.
What name did I call you? I will though.
So
don't do that.
Anyways,
go ahead.
Right. So if I'm pumping a poisonous gas from one corner of my You good? Okay, so if I'm pumping a poisonous gas, right, on the edge of my property directly into your property, then your property is damaged, be it your dog is poisoned, your grass is killed, whatever. That's a first order consequence. And what that means is that I did an action, and the direct thing that occurred right after my action was the damage of your property. Now, let's
Yeah, so all I
say
was
I'm
saying
a
is that we haven't had enough research up until the past couple decades for like to determine where the culpability lies, because you don't see fucking all the genetic like shit until all these decades later of contaminated water, of Flint and all this stuff. Like it's a pretty recent revelation. I understood what you said. I'm like
you did.
yeah,
Okay, let me just move it on a little bit. I got some kind of. I want to go. Yeah, I mean, I think you're hitting on something though that
Wait,
I think. Go ahead. We got. Something.
Yeah, I do have one question.
All right, then I'm gonna move it forward. Go ahead.
It's not like gotcha. Like I'm just genuinely curious because I know there are cases where you are okay with someone like keeping their natural resources and like letting other people suffer as a result, right? Like I know like you are okay with that in certain cases. Why is like
I'm comfortable with that in all cases, not certain cases. I'm perfectly happy
Yeah,
with
how is
someone
this different
keeping their
with
property.
With water though,
different.
you said like you didn't believe. Well, you said you didn't believe someone would have the right to, like, if they owned water, to harm other people's property by like using it for themselves or whatever, right? Is it?
No, that's not. That's so. No, you're confusing positive and negative rights here. Maybe I'm not sure what you're confusing. But what I said was, let's say you own water and you own the land.
Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just trying to be specific, so maybe he can chime in and follow along with me, right? So what I'm saying is
the most unapproachable language in the world.
Can you pipe down for a second?
Or what?
Just calm down, calm.
It's not or nothing. It's just you're just ruining the conversation.
Ruining? I think I'm keeping it exciting.
Just like, calm. Goose Rabba.
All right. So, anyways, so like, if let's say I own 50 acres of land and the entire aquifer, it's a small aquifer for whatever reason, right? Is encapsulated underneath that 50 acres. But let's say that aquifer is pulling water from another source, right? You can use your water as you see fit. I agree with that. But the moment that the actions of you using your water starts to pull away from someone else's property that is owned elsewhere and is directly damaging their property, that is different than using your property as you see fit. So like if I'm in a neighborhood and I discover, for example, there's rare crystals that make up cat litter, right? And they're basically can be anywhere. It doesn't matter what type of rock or what type of landscape you're in. So let's say I discover that those crystals are in my backyard. I can turn my backyard into a fucking strip mine, right? But the moment that I'm poisoning my neighbor's land, or the moment that I'm pulling water from my neighbor's land, the moment that something I'm doing is directly attributable to damage of their property, that is different than using your property as you see wish.
Well, I want to.
Over-explaining does not make you smarter. Where is the level of culpability? You still haven't answered.
Yeah, I have multiple times.
Where do you draw the level of culpability? Where do you differentiate that you have harmed
first order consequences that create property damage?
So
I've said that multiple times.
Let me just give this. Let me just give a thought exercise. And you tell me the line here, because I admit I'm a little struggling, and then I want to move the conversation forward. Just to be clarifying this, right? All right. So say I own a ranch, okay? Because I do, right? That'll be an easy example. And I have on my ranch, I have a pond, okay? And the pond feeds, whatever. It feeds my land, whatever. It's fine. Now, underneath that pond, there's a well, right? And that supplies. Now, if there's no well and it's just a pond that I fed in and it's created, we all agree I own that water, correct? That's all my water, right? Kind of, Fabian, you would agree?
Yeah, like the water in the well is your water.
Okay,
yes.
I just want to know what the line is. So, like, you tell me, and we're gonna go through a few of these. You just tell me when it's like becomes harm, because maybe I'm confused too. All right. So then the next is I have a well, and it provides water and it goes downstream, right? However, the main well is on my land. All the water where the well comes from is underneath my land. It comes up and there's a pond, and then it goes downstream, and other people's had their properties fed from the stream. But I own the pond, and I own the source and all the water underneath it. There's no question that's on my land. Am I entitled to everything that's in there? And I can dam off that river, the little river that streams from my pond, and keep all the stuff.
So this comes from the real fundamental question.
Is that fine or no?
Actually, So let me explain it, and then I can kind of because there's missing context that's important to be able to tell what you can and can't do with that water. So the real question is how is private property established? And so let's say in scenario A, it's everything as you described. And none of those people existed. None of those people lived in that area, right? Let's say it was unowned land. Nobody was living or doing anything with the land. Even if it was owned by somebody, no one did anything with the land. Okay. By virtue of that water being connected to your property for, some series of time, and by virtue of you owning a majority of the surface area, the underwater area of the land, right? Then you can do whatever the fuck you want with that land. If someone comes by later, builds a house on that lake, and then you end up taking the water away, it was always your water to take away. Now, in the second scenario, let's say that you bought a house and these other people already lived there and they were already using that water. The moment you take away water from your land and it starts to pull away water from their land, you have violated their easement rights, or you've violated common property in the sense that they had access to this water before you came in and started doing shit on your property that took their water away.
Yeah, so I see where my confusion was. Kel actually hit the nail on the head. The non-aggression pact is the key here that you're kind of making with historical ownership to the land, I guess, because I would just be like, well, they got conquered, and whoever conquered them deemed it fit to sell these parcels up, and they could do whatever the fuck they wanted, right? This kind of brings.
Well, but you don't believe that because you're so concerned about corporations in the state utilizing water in ways that are fucking negative.
This brings me to the thing that I've been trying to move it to. Thank you for that segue. So this brings me to the Corpus Christi thing, right? So in their new solution, when the great wisdom of ERCOT has come up with is, hey, we're gonna fucking build desal, right? That's the new solution, and we're gonna put it in this area. And they first came in there, they put it one, and the people in that area thought we're gonna get the benefits because guess what? They're also having a drought, and they have different sources of water that have dried up. So they're thinking they're going to get the benefit. Instead, that water is being pumped 800 miles away. So they're like, we're going to give you a second desal plant, which could do who knows what to the environment, because I don't think it's going to be the third largest in the world, next to a mini desal plant. It's going to be one of the most massive desalination efforts in history of man. And we're going to sit here and put it over in this area. And I feel like I'm the most unsympathetic one probably on this panel, the ecological disasters. I'm like, fuck it. What's best for man? But this is this kind of comes runs up against the thing. It's well, you're trying to solve a solution in the real world. We don't live in this society currently where it's Ancapistan, and we've already got these real world problems, right? Do we legislate? I know I don't like that idea too much. Does the state step in? I really hate big government stepping in, but somebody's got to do something because we live here. These corporations are offering up solutions, but it seems like they're causing new problems that are equal, if not worse, potentially. Now, I could also be wrong, and it could work out the best ever thing ever, and maybe we need to put desal plants everywhere. But I'm very hesitant to just be there's not going to be any negative consequence, especially when it's at the level where they're fucking giving. Even if there's no ecological disaster, you didn't solve it in that area. Why are we fucking this people over when it was promised to them in the first place? How do we fix?
Well, they had more money and power than you.
Problem.
They conquered you.
But yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, but now,
right? And it's a problem, right? It's fine to be the conqueror, right? The problem starts to arise when you're the conquered.
To be fair, I would be directly benefiting from the shit that's happening. So I argue for my fellow Texans.
What I will say is that this is why I called it fascistic in the beginning, and this is why it's such a problem. Is that, look, I am an advocate for private property rights. I am not an advocate for privatization in name only. And very often, privatization in name only can be worse than just socialism, right? Because it's a different form of socialism is all it is, right? If the state comes in and says, we have this many people living in our community, we're going to take this amount of taxes and we're going to build something to get water to all of these people. Shut up. You're paying it with your property taxes. You're not going to bitch because we need water. Then, that comes with inefficiencies and consequences that I dislike, and I would rather see privatization. But what I will say is that can often be better than, well, what we're going to do is we're going to give corporations these contracts to.
You say the most to say the least. That's all. Continue.
I find that ironic coming from you, but okay.
Let me go to. I want to go to Grid here. He's been quiet for a minute. What are your thoughts? Because I'm looking at this like politically as like a Republican kind of like thing, right? And I'm just like I want to know like okay, like I'll be honest. Usually, what's best for Gibbs is best for business. But like I see Texas as very part of my identity. I want my Texans to be good. I don't know if what's happening is what's good, best for Texas. And I have some concerns. Grid, what are you like especially with the water commodification? And we can expand this back to the minute in a second. But Grid, I want to know what you think at like policy wise potentially, like or maybe non-fun. Feel free to chime in as well. I want to hear what y'all think.
It's a really complex issue because historically, if the water's on your land, you own the water, groundwater, not flowing water, right? Let's make that distinction, right? Because Scott's right. If there's a river flowing across your property above or underground, that water goes somewhere else. You can use it, but you can't abuse it, if you understand me, right? The problem we have here is water rights in Texas and Colorado and the West in general, pretty clear cut. If it's groundwater, if it's under your property, then that's your water. Now, if somebody else can prove that, hey, this aquifer that you think is a mile wide on your 3-mile ranch is actually 6 miles wide and half of it's on my property, then maybe you can have a discussion like Scott's talking about. But unfortunately, Texas is fucking huge, and aquifers can certainly be on an aquifer 100% could be under one person's property.
Awesome.
And I don't know that
then
this
they should do with it whatever they want to do with it.
Right, and that's the thing is I think that this is what's going on.
Sell it.
Yeah, I think this is what's going on with this New Braunfels utilities. Is I don't know that, right? I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked into it that deep. I haven't looked into property lines. I really don't. Honestly, I don't. I just I'm talking purely theoretical here, right? I think that the biggest problem I have is that the local governments seem to be working with with these private corporations, not in a regulatory and just as a common sense advisor, if you will, or anything like that. Just kind of an oversight, but more in the as a accomplice. Sort of capacity, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like they're making money too.
There's a middle road here between
Let
our
him finish,
right? Because
asshole.
God damn.
Hey, Scott's my buddy. I'll call him asshole if anybody's gonna call him an asshole.
Well, yeah. So I think there is a happy middle ground here. Maybe not happy, but there is a middle ground of improvement here.
How with you?
Right, which is that the state needs to stop awarding contracts and instead just have a water market. Right, like I understand that we're not going to get full privatization of in probably in my lifetime. Unfortunately, so many of you people are evil socialists. But regardless of that,
well, what does that look like?
There is a very simple.
I guess that's
there's a very simple solution, which is like Corpus Christi just says we will buy water from whoever is willing to. Pump in water or ship us water with the tax money.
Well, what if you're already guaranteed the water and they're not bringing it to you? Like with Mexico. Mexico's supposed to be giving us X amount of water per year to back to the fucking treaties on your side with it.
Interrupting the concept with a what if scenario.
This is a real world scenario.
Is like not.
I mean, like right, I'm asking, like, how do you like legislate this in your under your theory?
Okay, so let's say. First of all, let me finish the first example, which is the government uses your taxes, and instead of awarding contracts that start off at 700 million and end up becoming 1.4 billion, and then the water ends up going somewhere else, etc., they just say, "Hey, we're willing to pay $200 million for this set amount of water per year, yada yada yada." Okay, and then if you have an aquifer, or if you own land already that has water, then allow allow the market to be able to compete. Obviously, it's not the free market because it's a monopsony, because there's one purchaser of the product, which is the state, right? But it is still closer to a market solution.
Can you define a monopsony?
Wait, so you
So
say-
I think the
What's a monopsony?
concern.
We'll go to you right
it
after
seems
Cal.
like
We're going to go on, and then you go.
It just means
What's
one
a
buyer
monopoly?
instead of one seller. So it's the opposite of a monopoly, right? Like a monopoly would be like one company sells all of the whatever product, right? A monopsony would be that like there's one purchaser and no one else is allowed to
You're like,
purchase.
which is not
So
very
the state would be
approachable.
purchasing.
Go
so
ahead,
I think,
Bob,
like,
then we'll kind of-
it seems like the general. It seems
You
like
showed up to a fucking panel on water rights and a discussion of politics. If you don't know any fucking terms about economics or any fucking philosophy,
you should
it's
just be a little
not
bit more
our fault for not being
approachable.
approachable. It's your
What I'm
fault for being
saying
too
for the
retarded for this panel.
Wow, the
Look
R
at
word. Crazy. I'm looking out for the layman. I'm asking for a friend, not myself. I know exactly what you're talking about. But
All right,
way too
sure.
condescending to people who
It
didn't get
sounded
that
like-
education. That's discriminatory.
let's go to non-font. Then
I'm
we'll come
only
to you, Cal.
condescending to people that
Yeah,
constantly
yeah,
interrupt
yeah,
and say
yeah,
stupid.
No,
Wait,
go.
wait,
All
wait.
right, back on
I
subject.
think
All right, play nice. Back on subject. Non-font.
Okay,
ahead,
well,
and then we'll
so
go to
Gibbs
Cal.
and Grid up, like, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the concern they've raised, like, over and over again, it's essentially they want some more equitable, some more fair distribution of water, right? They feel like it's unfair.
No,
if
And
we
there's also
Equity is evil.
There's also long term.
I understand you don't like that.
It's also like viability and long term, like survival. Even like there's a reason why horse thievery is still like on the books, like hanging wise, because Texas is not like a forgiving climate, and it doesn't look like it's getting more forgiving, right? And water is key to that. So it's like it's really just like, listen, I'm a capitalist, but if we're literally gonna fucking die because we've used the water, like there needs to be some solutions, and we need to make some shit done. But I'm sorry, Donald, go ahead.
Right. So I mean, I think like obviously one reason that like we see like in literally every country ever and in almost every like U.S. state ever, we see some type of private-public partnership of water, or we just see like state ownership of water, is because like water just generally is a very important commodity for people to have, and state ownership is one of the ways that you can try to ensure equitable access to that. I think markets obviously struggle with equitable access, and now there are cases where I don't think equitable access matters, but for water it probably does. And I do think like state ownership or some type of public-private partnership there like is a genuine solution to that issue. Now you could also do, I mean, I understand you don't like this either. I think you could also do some type of redistribution where, you know, if small communities like simply just don't have the money to buy water, and all the water is being diverted towards bigger cities or whatever. Well, if we want a more equitable outcome, maybe we could just do some type of tax and transfer program where we transfer money to people in the smaller towns so that they can buy water and there can be a more equitable access to water. And I think that's a fundamental issue that Gibbs and Grids have, and I don't think the free market has a very
That's
good mechanism
oppressive,
for
though.
addressing
Like,
that correctly.
I just put an
That's
aquifer
extremely
map.
impressive.
I just put an aquifer map in the back chat, Gibbs, so you can see. So the New Braunfels one is actually New Braunfels is kind of like in the middle of 3 different aquifers. So I'm not really sure where they're specifically drawing from, but it could be from any one of the major ones, or it could be a
Right.
smaller one.
But to the
I
issue
don't know.
here, right? Like you played a bit of a trick here, right? Which is that you presented that the people here want equity, right? I don't know that that's necessarily what people are calling for. Maybe they are.
I mean,
Maybe they really
totally
are that
guess it.
socialist. But so you did that, and then you played another trick here, which is that you're talking about how, well, what if this group has less access to water? We need some form of redistribution away from, and there's a major problem here, right? Which is a lot of the people that are most harmed by the movement of water are farmers and ranchers. Okay, and
Yeah.
if you start saying that, oh, well, there's more people and people are more important, so we need an equitable distribution of water, then what you end up with is a rationale that moves water away from people that need a lot more water because they have farmlands, because they have cattle, because they have, right, the people that are producing your food end up getting the short end of the stick because a whole bunch of people decided to live in a city. Right. And it's like we need city people. I agree that we like cities obviously have like a lot of, productive value, right? But we also need people that grow food. And, like that is necessary to our survival too. And so this concept of like, oh, well, we'll just distribute the water in some way gets into the same central planning problem, that burdens every socialist system, right? Like, I really think it's far better to just do as I suggested, which is if you're not going to have Ann Capasan, which I know we're not getting, is to just open up a water market. And if people are damaging other people's property or people are stealing water via underground from other people's property, then we need to prosecute those people, not give them eminent domain and special powers to fuck over people.
Let me go to Kel. I know you've been waiting here. What are your thoughts so far? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it also directly affects like the neighboring cities and towns and stuff, like Barstow, California. Maybe not like, I mean, yeah, San Diego. If you look at the graphs, I was like looking for something that I could like print to illustrate my point a little bit. But if you look at like if you have paid for like water in California, it's like exorbitant. And then I'm sorry, like during Biden's like time
water in
office,
California, thank Colorado.
yeah, no, it's literally like if you look at like Biden's time in office, it literally went from like, okay, everyone in the house chips in, like, I'm obviously like speaking from personal anecdotes. I don't have my internet really available, but it went from like literally being $30 per person to like 110, 120 bucks a person.
Why is that? Let's dig into that. Why is water so expensive in California?
Well, because it's I think that we were trying to help the Tijuana crisis during Biden's presidency, which there's like, okay,
water prices have been a big problem before then, right? So let me explain. So
there was a very specific point in history where the water went way up in California.
Go ahead.
It had to do with a court case, and
where? Sorry, I don't know why I have my headphones on. Like my computer's
plugged in. Just a little point of history is that the state of Colorado and had a bunch of people who sued because they were literally draining the Colorado River and selling that water to California, and there was a big lawsuit over it. And they obviously you can't cut the water off to California because the entire state would go away. And so they reached a resolution, and part of that is that you get to pay an awful lot of money for the water from the Colorado River that's been diverted and extended.
So that's part of it. That's part of it, right? So
it's like barren wastelands,
So here's
I can't help that you don't know history.
Is that
right? I'm sorry.
Right. So what?
Yeah, she did have notes.
You were talking about.
She just is my PC's like not available.
What Grid is
like? I don't have any
Grid is describing. So Gibb is describing one of the problems of supply of water, right? Is that California obviously needs a lot of water, and so where are we going to get the water from? There was that court case, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously California has done a lot of mismanagement of water. They could have been doing desalination plants 20 years ago, right? Instead, they were running programs much like what's occurring in Texas with like eminent domain, and they have government projects that are, putting water in areas that they never finish. There's like unfinished water treatment facilities. There's a lot of problems there. But another thing that is important to discuss about California is that water should be more expensive in California. And the reason water should be more expensive in California is because, as you stated, the area is very arid. Okay. You move to California, you have this wonderful weather, right? You have these, it's like 70 degrees most of the fucking year, right? In a lot of places. And so that is a premium. That's why people want to move there. The second reason that it should be more expensive is that California has changed, especially with large corporations gobbling up small farms, has put in a massive amount of almond production. And if you know anything about the production of almonds in California, you know that almonds require a lot of fucking water. There are a lot of, now granted, what?
No, great. Okay, yes, it's because of the almonds, dude. Like, it's like you're literally like being delusional if you think that.
I thought Nonfon had something to say because he muted himself and then started talking.
Oh, I was talking to my chat. I made a point about
He's just making fun of us, Scott. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
We all do.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you got something to say. I thought you had something to say about it.
No. I wasn't making fun of you. I was making a point about the immense honeybee suffering that occurs because of almond farming in California. Don't worry about it.
Well, most of that has been solved. But previously,
bro,
like
you are literally Okay.
Yeah, there was a
No.
lot of problems with bringing bees all across the country to pollinate, and then whatever diseases one bee population had would then carry over, and then yeah.
Word.
Yeah.
Right.
So in short, big
Do you
fan.
have something to
big
say?
fan-
That is right. If what you were saying is true, that if it had stayed this way, where it's like,
Not
okay,
if
you have
it's
to
true.
pay a little bit more. No, it is true, like initially. But if the system had stayed that way, where it's like, okay, you're paying a little bit more because you have to get it imported water, like basically, right? Like if you've been to Catalina,
Yes, you're
you know,
importing water.
right, exactly. But I'm like, it's not like these companies are like going back and putting these money into like, it's basically not monopoly, like we've talked about. They're not putting it into like sustainability, accessibility. They're literally like laying off workers, like cutting
Okay,
profits.
Cal, calm down. Let me explain something to you that I'm sure Fabian and Non-Fon have already figured out. There was a court case, which means there was a judgment, which means that a
Yes.
court said this is how this is now going to go. The state of California doesn't have a choice.
Right,
Okay.
but I'm just saying it's not like these companies are using
There's no
anything beneficial for it.
competition. Nobody. There was no new provider. There's one Colorado River, and California is benefiting from it. And instead of restricting water flow to and enabling, a large chunk of Colorado, Utah, and a couple other states to flourish, they kept the water going to California, but California has to pay for that as part of the court case. Now that's
I'm like,
how
well, thank
that
you for
works.
explaining that. I didn't know that until today. So I'm like, thank you for explaining that to me. But regardless of the state, like, it's not, bro. If it's like state versus state, like, fuck Texas, fuck California. If it's us versus us, we're all gonna lose. It's gotta be like us versus the government type shit. That's serious. Because like, even if maybe it's not
That's why we have
3,900%.
courts.
Well, maybe it's not 3,900% increase for you guys in the bottled water that you're receiving.
I'm all for us
But
versus the
even in
government
Texas,
right now.
if you're buying a fucking bottle of smart water at like $1.50 or $2, you're still paying like a fucking 3,000% increase than what they
Why are
bottled
people
at
still
for 10%
retarded enough
per
to buy
bottle.
bottled water? Like who are these people that are buying bottled water?
I saw a funny map
Like
today.
just get an expensive good water
For the
filter.
minority,
I mean, just to illustrate your point right there, I saw a good map
Like,
today.
that's so
and
dumb.
It said countries where you can drink the tap water, and it had like U.S. and a whole bunch. And it said countries that Russia and China hate, and it was all the same countries. And I thought that was interesting because I thought I don't know how it applies this, but yeah, I think the water right thing is real complex here though, because okay, we see in California where we have overstate influence. Right, and then I'm here in Texas, and I'm about as fucking anti-state as they come without being a libertarian for most of the time. And I'm over here going, all right, listen, I'm directly benefiting from where the water's going now, but in 20 years when there's no fucking water left, I'm gonna be real fucked. So like, yeah, maybe I'm benefiting now, and I'll last longer than some of these other people. And maybe I benefit from them dying off, and I get their land. But like in the long, like this is not a sustainable thing in the long term here, and the solutions seem like they're gonna equally fuck the region over to the point that nobody. And this is like it's all like I'm not even a climate change guy, but like we do impact the environment some, and this is one of those times where I'm going, all right, guys, we've seen examples on like little remote islands where we don't manage the environment right, and we do some shit and it wipes people out. This is really becoming one of those issues here, and I'm not really hearing any legislative solutions. Like, no offense to Fabian, like although I agree with you in philosophy on a lot of this, that's not solving this problem. And then I'm hearing from Kel, which she's advocating for basically, okay, we want water as a human right. Well, that's not going to work because we see when we have open monopolization, I can't even talk. You know what I'm trying to say. We have it over that, and that's what we have to do to this court case in California. That's a prime example of why that's bad. And then I live in Texas, and it's the total opposite. Like there needs to be a real solution here. I hear
so what is my solution lacking? What is my solution lacking?
I've got some,
the fact that it's
like
I don't disagree with your solution overall if we're gonna like reset the system, but like with the current system that is
No. I offered. Hold on. I mean, you must have missed it. I offered an olive branch solution, which is that we should stop building plants with government contracts to corporations and instead open a water market where the state takes a portion of your tax dollars. And says, whoever has water and can bring it to us can buy it to us, and then allow the market. Obviously, it's not a free market, but it can still be a competitive market to deliver the cheapest water possible, as opposed to giant government budgets that balloon to extreme degrees, like the Corpus Christi desalination plant that is now almost double what the original price was.
Well, yeah. Let me
Well, I mean,
ponder that and get
I
back
don't
to you.
disagree
I
with
don't
that,
necessarily
because in
disagree, but I need to think about it some before I really examine it. But yeah, go ahead. I'm okay. I take back.
Yeah.
Nobody's offered anything. I'm not sure that. I think I have some objections, but I don't have them fleshed out in my head yet. But I'll go ahead, Grid, and then I'll go to
I think that
non-fun, then
there's
you, Cal.
some policies that need to be, if not put in place, if they're already in place, they need to be enforced, and if they're not, they need to be in place. One of those is they need to reword, restructure, amend, whatever. I don't know how it's written, and I know I kind of understand Colorado and Texas is really similar, but the rule of capture needs to be changed to incorporate reasonable use doctrine to prevent abusive extraction of water, right? So the rule of capture, obviously is any water that you capture on your land, you can use it however you want, but that needs to, the reasonable use language should be put in there. I think the GCD authority needs to be strengthened, I guess, and prohibit state override. Right now, one of the problems you have in Texas specifically is the state is overriding the local authority in some cases. Obviously, much like in Colorado, one of the things that did come out of the California case is they banned out of county water exports without very specific guidelines and laws. So, and most of those have to be approved by local voters, not somebody in Houston or wherever. So I would think that would be normal, and then recognize groundwater as a protected asset in Texas law, so that it can't just be pumped away, as Scott's saying. And then I don't know how you do it, but it just seems weird to have water as a hedge fund future, right? Like we shouldn't be able to trade futures in
You want to be
water.
black
That
billed?
seems weird.
You want to be really black billed? That's mostly what Michael Burry invests in.
I understand, but
It's water,
it just seems
like
really
we invest in
strange
like
that we do
water
that.
rich farmland and like and water land rights.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I know.
that's
I know.
that's the scariest thing, because that's the guy that saw the 2009 financial
me-
collapse before anybody else.
Let me
You know?
let me just move to non-fun. What do you got policy wise? Then I'm gonna go to Kel. What do you think policy wise might be a good solution? Because I'm really interested to hear some different thoughts. And what do you got for me, non-fun? Do you have any policy
I think-
prescriptions you might
I think
try
I've
out?
talked to Econoboy too much, because I feel
Sure.
like
I mean, he's a Texan too, so he's like dealing with it on the ground. Now, I gotta be honest. Me and him are probably on the
So
furthest
I think
end of the
Econoboy is
spectrum,
maybe Econoboy.
but you can de facto
It's
rep him on
maybe-
this, so that's fine. I
Yeah,
did
here's
ask him
maybe-
earlier. 'cause
He
he's
would
a
just
Texan.
get rid of all the farmers and then allow corporations to come in and buy it in large amounts.
Well, first of all, easy solution. Actually, get rid of the farmers. You're gonna have those anyway. But second of all, I think I don't know. I feel like there is probably a model public ownership that does work for like utilities. I think there's at least there's at least mixed evidence that like state-owned utility companies can do as well, if not better, than private companies. So I think there's probably state ownership model that works. I think that's probably
what does that look like to you? Like, do you have like an idea what that looks like?
It would look like either the state of Texas or maybe certain counties, like just own either nationalizing, buying out, or creating their own like state-owned water company, and they would probably have you probably have some like profit maximizing goal, along with maybe like some social incentive as well. Like I guess if you're doing public ownership, you probably do want the state-owned enterprise to ensure some level of equitable access to water.
Interesting, Cal. What are your policy prescriptions? What do you have for me here?
Yeah, like equitable access. Yeah, it's just about like sustainability. It's literally one of the only things that you die with, like within like 48 hours or whatever. Stand by what I said about fucking a whole lot of lip service for a whole lot of nothing, like about what you're saying. You just reiterate your same point. And also, it's our Wi-Fi's out. It's not me. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go examine that, because I think that actually is a good segue into like another portion of this is generally I would go against the water as a human right argument, right? And I'm not very sympathetic to that. However, I think whenever like actual issues of like regional or species survival come up into the discussion, I think that is something. Or like if you're gonna have to change your culture so radically that you're no longer gonna have like a ranching or farming industry in Texas because there's no fucking water, I think that is, equally bad. I think bad enough that maybe we need to like consider some of these things like in some kind of context. I mean, would y'all disagree with this? I'm sure Fabian disagrees with that.
Oh, is that a segue to me? Yeah, of course I disagree with that. I think the private market is far better at conserving nature than is government. I think government, the moment that you put the government in charge of necessary elements of survival to humanity, is the moment that you cede power to the government. I mean, everyone talks about the Second Amendment, but what happens when the government has the ability, has full control over all water? Like, I think that's a terrible, terrible risk.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
Better than Nestle? Better than Nestle paying fucking $197 once a year and fucking charging you like
$2
Yes, better than Nestle. Nestle, yes, better than Nestle. Nestle. You can look at case studies, right? You can look at how does the Great Lakes look under Nestle's usage versus how does Flint, Michigan look? Right? It's interesting. It's interesting. When the government has full control, people get poisoned. When corporations have full control, even in that regard, the Great Lakes rise, the nature heals.
Okay, go ahead, Kel.
Justify 3,900% price increase. That's all.
Well, just.
I don't know where you got your. I don't know where you got your math from. Okay, but I don't buy it at all.
Hold on. Let me just. Kel,
if it's a 3,900% increase,
hold on.
Then why doesn't someone just sell bottled water for 50 cents?
Let me just get
that's retarded.
Let me ask you a question, Kel. Okay, let's take your example. Nestle's bad. Right, I'm going to give you a real world example. Hold on, just hear me out, Fabian, real quick, because I got somewhere real quick with this. I want to see what her thoughts are. Nestle's bad because you actually might have moved me back on your side some with this one. Nestle's bad according to Kel, and she's got some evidence, and you can disagree with that. Let me ask you this, Kel: do you like the idea that the Taliban controls all the fucking water, and they're now cutting off the water to all these other countries, and because specifically they don't like certain ethnic minorities?
Better question: do you like Israel controlling all the water to Palestine?
Right on it. I think we should gather our shit from the springs ourselves. Oh God, I'm sorry. What's your name, Kel? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, do you like the idea of like authoritarian?
Did you just forget your own name? What happened?
Yeah, which is better? Like, Nestle doesn't have the power.
No, it's not one or the other. It should be like a fucking. We are able to like go down to the fucking spring and get it. But I'm like, here we are with like the liberal take, like, oh yeah, like build the system from the ground up. I'm like, I'm not saying that's 100% solution, but I don't think like either is the ideal solution. But I think government would probably be more like morally incentivized or just like publicly incentivized. Because like, what are we gonna do about like?
Well, but what happens when they're morally incentivized to do something bad, like cause like a genocide by cutting off water to an ethnic group, like the Taliban is openly professing to do? Like they morally feel justified to do that. They're a moral actor, right? Like I don't know how you say a government is going to be a better moral actor when you have governments that are like have different sets of morals. Like whose morals, right? Like, are we?
I mean, I obviously don't think
generally government. I'm like United States government. That's
okay. Fair enough. Go ahead, Nathan.
Look, I mean, obviously, I don't think you see this issues in like more democratic and transparent, countries, right? Like that's why like state-owned enterprises don't work very well in Venezuela, but state-owned enterprises do work okay in Norway. And I think you could also like a state-owned enterprise.
Yeah, democracies have never turned authoritarian before in history.
Bitch about people cut off, but you always cut
that's never happened.
The weaker link.
Weighing
5-7
It'd be weighing
it's cool. It's cool. Ignore history. Give all the government. Give all the power to the government.
Justice for non-fun.
No, I mean, look. First of all, if the government, turns authoritarian, like they could just seize the private water companies anyway, right? So I think you just have to weigh whatever risk you think there is of the U.S. turning.
That would cost manpower. That would cost military operations.
I can't stop.
Resources as opposed to
I guess
already having the power.
Would be a like fixed cost to nationalizing the water industry, but that I guess that like
there would obviously
I don't think that like if the U.S. is turning authoritarian.
Why would it be fixed? I'm sorry. Why would?
Well, no, but you would be aiding in them turning authoritarian by giving them more power over natural resources. Like you would be part of the problem, making the government more authoritarian.
Well, again, I think that, like you just have to weigh Like, how likely do we think this is to happen
Hold
versus like under
on 1 minute here.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah, go
What?
ahead. Get it in, then we'll go back
What?
to
I don't know, man.
Name-
I'm
name me
hearing
one-
Trump's a fucking fascist Nazi like every other
No,
day.
I don't. I
So
mean,
I
I
don't
don't
know
think
where
that's
all
what
of a
he's
sudden
saying.
we're like,
Well,
what?
listen,
This
you can
country will be
have-
great
listen,
forever and
you
always.
can have,
Hold on.
you can have the state-owned enterprises can
We'll go
work
to you
well
next, Greg.
when a country is democratic, when their government is transparent, and when a lot of these state-owned enterprises are both managed independently and sometimes even have a profit maximizing goal. And also, a state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly. Now, with
There's
water,
an even better
it likely
way of
would be-
managing
it
things
likely-
independently. Privatize.
Moderator.
Well,
All
it's-
of
Kels,
this- Kel, I got it.
you have
I got
no
it, Kel.
fucking room to talk to anybody about anything, especially fucking interrupting. Relax.
I will moderate, Kel. I got it. This is not my first panel. I promise. I've done this once.
Very rude.
It's fine.
This is non-fun.
Hold on. Just go. Non-fun. Finish out. And I do want to go to grid. And go ahead. Non-fun. Finish out.
Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously, like we can manage them independently. It doesn't necessarily have to be a monopoly. And now, of course, in water, it likely would be a monopoly simply because they tend to, that tends to be a natural monopoly anyway. But you can still manage it independently and transparently, I think.
No, you're calling about making a monopoly.
Let me-
What is,
hold on.
where is this?
I-
all of?
let's-
That's a
let's-
bullshit.
let's go to-
Back
let me
up
go
the
to-
claim that water just becomes a natural monopoly.
Well, let's hold on.
Yeah.
Let me go to grid here, and then I'll let non-fun respond.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead, go ahead.
I'm very curious, Non-Fon. You say nationalizing it would have a fixed, one-time fixed cost, right? How is that even possible?
Well, so if the U.S. became like an authoritarian regime, there'd be like a fixed cost to like them deploying resources to like
Oh, yeah,
go
that
into
makes
these
sense.
water plants and like nationalize them, right? Like you only have to take over the water plants like one time. There are obviously variable costs after that, but there's a fixed cost towards like nationalizing these industries. Like
Okay, and who bears those costs?
it'd be the government of this authoritarian
The
regime.
taxpayers, unfortunately.
And where do they get their money?
Probably taxpayer, right? Like
All right, yeah. So it's not one time
All
and
right.
it's not fixed, and it's but it is authoritarian. So okay, all right.
Well, hold on. That's being hold on. That's
I wanted
still a
to
bit
make sure I understood.
Hold on. I just want to
where
bridge the
you're
gap here
coming
because I think we're being a little disingenuous to Non-Fon's analogy here. I think what he's saying is, I will just hear me out. I think what he's saying is, right, let's say like you have a government that like, and this is I think the difference in the point, right? Like one side's like we're over here arguing, yeah, the state owns this monopoly and they got it through power given it to them. It's like Palpatine. They turned all the emergency powers over him. He controls it. He got it. Non-Fon's not arguing that's not true. I think Non-Fon's only saying he's like, well, if they're authoritarian and they really take over real fast in a coup, or they take over via like all one party power, there's only one initial cost of sending the troops out and taking over it. It's not that hard for them to take this step on their own.
Yeah, no, I agree with him.
Yeah, I think that
I
maybe
agree with
a little
him.
disingenuous
What I'm saying,
with approach is
I'm not
like one
being.
cost
I don't. I'm
analogy.
not being disingenuous.
Not you.
What I'm saying. Well, no, I was the one that initially brought.
Well,
this up,
you
right?
and Grid both
so,
were kind of fighting him on that, like with the taxpayer analogy.
no,
I don't.
what I'm
they're
saying
going to take
is
the money from the
no,
taxpayers.
what I'm
however they
saying
want
is this.
At that point,
No,
right?
what I'm saying is this is that the state and the merge of corporations and pseudo private institutions, the whole apparatus, as Mitch's Mobile calls it, the cathedral, right, is made up of almost uncountable pieces. And so this would just be one piece towards authoritarianism. Now, if we keep all things equal, I agree that if we had a private market of water where there was a bunch of companies competing in a water market to sell to the state, right, that would be a very minimal cost increase for the state if they became aggressive towards its citizens and wanted to cut water off, to go send in troops or something, or buy out some corporate CEO and get control of that water very quickly. What I'm saying is that it's one
that always
piece,
works.
and it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every time you're like, well, let's just give another right, another authority, and another mechanism of control to the government, that you have to recognize that is in an amalgamation of all of these other pieces. So I agree with Non-Fon that if all other things being equal, that wouldn't actually be that big of a deal. But the problem is that we have this conversation about how the government ought nationalize things, and how the government ought have more regulations, and how the government ought have more control, and how corporations are too greedy on a daily fucking basis. And daily we are ceding ground to socialists to give more power to the state. And this is
Who the
just
fuck is
one
ceding
more
ground to
mechanism of
socialists?
control.
Who?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's ceding ground to socialists? Give me 2 examples.
Uh,
Since you said every day 3 times, give me 3 examples of how we are ceding it to social. Please.
Trump increasing the national debt and with the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the
Trump
last
seated
4 or
ground.
5 presidents in a row have increased the national bill.
Well, that would be.
So there you go. There's 4 or 5 examples.
Yeah, that would be his argument right there.
That makes literally no sense. I said specifically about that president.
Well, hold on. I mean, okay, fine. I give you 3. But creating the Department of Government Efficiencies.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're here, Captain Save-A-Ho. Go ahead.
No, it's not. I mean, listen. I know Fabian. Hold on,
hold
on, Kel. Kel, absolutely. Fabian doesn't need me to save him, but I do take umbrance with his point there. I'm just sitting here.
Trying not to be too much of an asshole and scream over the entire panel.
I'm trying to take over. I'm trying to like take control here because like you're asking these 3 examples and then you give 4 or 5 your example yourself and then you go back to. So I'm like, fine, I'll take over.
Well, I'm not asking for fucking 4 examples of the same thing. I'm asking for 4 different examples.
Okay, I will give you 4. I'll give you one right now. Department.
No, I wasn't asking you. I was Fabian, I don't want to hear from you. I don't care.
Well, that's too bad. It's my goddamn panel. So listen, it's
Okay.
you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear what I have to say.
Completely irrelevant.
All right,
Captain
cool.
Save-A-Ho.
Well, listen, watch this. Yeah, so Captain Save-A-Ho is talking now, and what he's saying is it's one, Doge is a socialist program because you're building a new agency to go in there, or we don't have to go into all the nuts and bolts why it's not a new agency or whatever, but it's expanding government power. You know, I've seen the big beautiful bill. I've seen other examples, you know, of Trump going in here with just with the, you know, like, I don't know, some of the treaty making, some of the foreign policy stuff he's done. I mean, there's a litany of list of things you could go to that I don't think is really hard whenever Trump has expanded government power, like in multiple aspects. And like, this is saying as a kind of a conservative guy that, you know, big government always wants to be bigger. I don't know how that's not socialist in some regard. What do you have to say to that, Kel? I'll give you a chance to talk.
Oh, I don't know how that's not in some regard. Like, I don't feel the need to engage with it because like I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking you to engage with it. I'm like, but I'm like, I'm not gonna really Captain Save-A-Ho's like responses to the question
You don't care. It's not hard. Fucking tariffs are a giant fucking thing.
You understand the basics of it. I'm like, I was asking Fabian, but I'm like, now that you've over-explained it for him,
You
it's irrelevant.
fucking hold on. You think I don't understand socialism? That you're the big brain here? Really?
I'm like, this guy's like in one ear and out the other. I'm like, I was down to engage with it. It's like it came from Fabian, but I'm like, it's completely irrelevant. I understand that you understand it, Gibbs. I'm like,
Are you normally like this, or is this just drugs? Like, which is it?
I think it's not drugs. Listen.
I'm just curious at this point.
I'm like, aren't you a debate?
You're a
bro?
fascinating
Like,
subject
take a
of
little heat?
retard.
Wow, the R word again. Very progressive.
Yeah, I don't care.
Such a
I'm not
libertarian.
progressive.
Let me go to Law and Fun. I see you laughing. Do you object to my and Fabian's qualifications of socialism descriptions?
Yeah, I don't think.
Sure,
I think a better
you.
definition of socialism is
like
just
6
government like control of production. I think like state-owned enterprises do fit that definition.
Yeah, that's a
of socialism. I don't
such
think-
a cope.
I'm gonna draw him.
Say that
Sure,
again,
I
Don Fun.
don't
What was the
think this
cope?
was-
I'm sorry, I missed the cope. He's saying. What was it? Say it again.
I think like socialism implies like government or collective control of production, and I don't think like increase in the national debt necessarily means that. I do think state-owned enterprises are socialists, but I don't think. I don't think.
Yeah, but
Big
the problem
Beautiful Bill
the
really
problem is that socialism was coined by Marx. Like, yes, they use it slightly before that in the French Revolution and a little before that, but socialism is a form of praxis towards communism. It's not any type of policy goal. You're using a definition of like the state owning the means of production from like Marxist Leninism, right? It's a convenient way for you to hide what is and isn't socialism, so you can claim socialist policies aren't socialist.
Can you explain to the idiots in the crowd, please? Like, what if we don't all get your big boy like college speech, please?
It's the movement
what
of
do you not
history
get
through
about that?
time. All right, you're gonna have to I don't know that
I don't know
anybody
what that
can
means.
succinctly. Yeah, because it's fucking Engels being better than Marx at describing
It's above my
fucking
head. Can you explain
incomprehensible
it?
ideology.
I'm
because it's
trying to look out for
contradictory.
you. For the idiots like me in the audience who want to engage with what you're saying critically, I feel like you just do a lot of lip service with like fucking random college terms that I'm like, okay, this means jack shit to the average person. Like, assume we all don't know what you're talking about it. Like, and talking
Kels, I think I've already explained it succinctly and sufficiently for the average person. I just think you're far below intellectually the average person.
For sure, dude. I'm like, bro, I've heard this from multiple people. I'm like, your vocabulary is like completely unapproachable. Okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm looking at for layman.
Okay, Go ahead, non-thought. Go ahead.
Look,
I see you
I
respond to that.
don't even know. First of all, I don't really think it's even like a Marxist-Leninist definition of socialism. Like under the definition I provided, like you could argue that Norway is
That's
like
why.
about 50%
I was thinking
socialist.
but the whole
but-
Hold on, let non-thought go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
Non-thought.
So, like under the definition I just used, like you could argue Norway is about 50% socialist, but you know, Marxist-Leninists would not say Marxist is socialist because because Norway is not a dictatorship but a proletariat working towards the ultimate end goal of communism. Right. I think they would include like more things in it.
You could say for whatever fucking reason that a country has a quantifiable percentage of socialism, but if you just
No, I was asking you to
socialism, like
simplify it
for
because it
example,
means nothing when
fucking
you break it down.
Marx was pro nationalism as much as he was anti nationalism. He was pro nationalism in Poland. He was pro nationalism in Ireland because the process of socialism, the process of awakening class consciousness and of gaining the power back is what socialism is. It is not, it's a transitory state. And so when you have policies that are designed to get rid of free market capitalism and to get rid of and to center power, presumably to fix the contradictions of capitalism from that perspective, then those are socialist policies. Especially when you're fucking advocating for the state taking over water, right? Which is like, the whole conversation's kind of silly, you know?
I think that is so. I think the state taking over water is like socialist. I think state-owned enterprises are socialist. I don't think, like Gibb said, Doge is socialism. You said the big beautiful bill is socialism. I don't think those can reasonably fit under.
So just to hear me out, I think you'll maybe be able to agree with this part of what I'm trying to say when I say this. I know Fabian is pretty much of all government socialist aspects. When I'm saying Doge and the big beautiful bill, I don't mean they're like by definition they're like, oh, they're pushing socialist, like when we think traditional socialist policies and like traditional, this politician's a socialist, yada yada, he's doing this for socialists, especially socialist views. What I'm saying they're socialist, I'm viewing it as expansion of government social services inherently is socialist, right? The more you add to any government, like for example, and that's even before socialism as a word existed, like the king providing services at the taxpayers' expenses, people he's taking money from, that's like a social, like that's socialism. That would be my kind of what I'm taking in its purest form, like its purest definition, just like it's literally any kind of thing when you're doing this for the social aspect you're paying. Now, as far as is it like a socialist party policy? No, I wouldn't say that the big beautiful bill or Doge is. However, the reason why it's also socialist in addition to that, in my eyes, is say like the Dems come in or a Republican that I don't necessarily agree with, and they expand Doge and give it a bunch of powers and it starts doing a lot of things, and it's not doing what it's. These are all like aspects of that. And so when Fabian brought up the point, and I was really like I was really kind of maybe looking for some kind of government regulation. Now I'm really terrified about the concept of the government owning the water at all, like that, like having the power over it. That is goddamn terrifying. To even consider, like if from the ramifications long term,
Gibbs' his social credit score's gone up. Better fucking make his water more expensive.
Well, yeah, like I mean, when's that happening, bro? Like
cities already do this, and like we don't see that happening. Norway, most European countries do this. You don't see that happening. Like I don't think we should be.
Europe has never turned fascist or communist before.
Again, like if the country turns fascist or communist, they likely can just take over the water anyway. But all right.
Well, what about
just give the government more and more power, because once they turn authoritarian, they'll just take whatever they want anyway. Why does it matter if we give the government more authority and power?
If we're concerned about the equitable distribution of water, that's something a state-owned enterprise can probably.
You're the only one that keeps saying you're concerned with the equitable distribution of water. You're the only one parroting commie.
Can I ask you a question, Antoine? Like, so let me So you're up Europe. Like, I guess I'm not gonna be bad faith and bring up like I don't know Mideast and the Bath Party or something. But like I guess I just did, so I did there. So now I feel like a dick. But let me just try and get here. Let's just look at Europe. Like when we look at Europe, like they're like the Nazi Party. What's so scary about what they did is they literally were given the keys to power, right? Like that's kind of the terrifying thought. And it's not that they had to do the initial like takeover, like you're saying. Like if we have a military junta come over in, I'm like less afraid of the military junta coming in and doing that because they're gonna get resistance. Like yes, it's only a one-time cost, and once they control it, there's gonna be like a resistance at every level. Hopefully, here in the U.S. as opposed to like we gave the wolf.
What was wrong with the Strength Through Joy program? It was just factory beautification and workers' rights.
Isn't that inherently more terrifying terrifying that you gave the fox the keys to the hen house and now it owns it and runs it, as opposed to like, I don't want to be the cow going into the slaughter factory. I'd much rather like have my guard up and force them to take it from me, even if it is the one-time toss. Like, do you see like the inherent like scary factor here, or like is it just fear mongering?
I don't believe that should be a big concern in the U.S. or most other democratic countries, especially when the state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly, and it can be an independent agency. I don't think that is a serious concern. I think that's.
Grid, what do you think? You've been quiet for a while here. Grid, what are your thoughts here?
I think it all. I think when you have non-fawn on a panel, it's always going to devolve into state-run, nationalized, socialist nonsense. So I was just listening. I've heard all the arguments before. There's nothing new.
Yeah, non-fawn's more capitalist than many of his fellow patriots on the left. Like, would you argue that you're all?
That's why I still listen to him.
Would you argue that you're always going to push for state like controlled like policies here, like this kind of thing? Do you think there's a purely capitalist solution, non-fawn?
I don't know if there's a purely capitalist solution. Like I think I don't know. Like,
minimal, what's a minimal like government? Like, if you could, like, let's just build a bridge here, right? Because I feel like you are more capitalist. Some of your like compatriots on the left,
the company
right?
going to get the contract for that bridge,
right? Yeah, like So if you're going to do this, right, we're going to live in our world we live in. Like, what are you going to propose to be like? What could be like a bridge you could build with like a neocon, perhaps? Like, what would be a bridge? Because neocons, neolibs, like, how could you propose this to somebody like on the right or like moderate? Like, what would be like a policy that's minimal government interference that gives you a capitalist solution?
I think I would just say like have a mostly privatized water market, or like an entirely privatized like water market, and then just do some level of redistribution with taxes that we can agree are sort of the least bad taxes, right? Like I think if you taxed either land or taxed resource rents or did a consumption tax, I think those are taxes we should all agree are the lesser evils to taxation at the very least. And
can we pick your part? Because the first half is what I was saying, right? Which is have a private water market where counties and states pay for water. Okay. And then you said we need to do some form of equitable redistribution of water within that. So how does that work? What does that look like? What do you mean by that?
So kind of like we were talking about earlier. So I think if you like fully privatized the water market, obviously the concern we might have there, which Gibbs and Grid were talking about earlier, is we might see some level of inequitable access to water. We might see some small towns get fucked over or whatever. And I think you could have a tax and transfer system where you could tax certain people and transfer income to other people and enable them to essentially buy water that they otherwise couldn't have bought.
But why would they be unable to buy water? Why would they be fucked over? If you have a water market and the town is purchasing the water, you're saying the whole town can't scrounge up the money, or the whole county
that's interesting, kind of. Actually, I do want to think about that. Let me engage with that if you don't mind, Fabian. Just let me step in real quick because I want to just flesh that out a little bit. So, just to be clear, what your argument is, you're saying, say like I'm town Peggy, Texas, and I'm not getting any water. But the taxes would be gifted to this town because they're taking water from my region so that I can buy water from the water market to offset the fact that they've taken the water from my region. Is that kind of what you're proposing?
Gibbs, have you ever driven the I-5 from LA to San Francisco?
No.
Unfortunately.
There's a bunch of massive signs that says the government is denying farmers water.
I saw a shit on the train for the first time on the
well, that's not what Nonfon's proposing now. He's kind of like, I kind of asked him.
The government is literally denying farmers, the people who produce food, water.
Yeah, but that's a different situation.
It's also illegal for them to collect rainwater.
But that's a different situation than what like we have here, right? Like I'm trying to like think of an offset, right?
Sure.
Like obviously we disagree with what California's got going on.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying that when we say that we want government involved in these things beyond simple regulation of, hey, it needs to be X pure, it needs to be, it needs to be safe, it needs to be healthy, that kind of thing.
Well, why would you be okay with tariffs and not be okay with something like that? Like at the most fundamental level, right? I'm
not okay with them.
So you don't like tariffs?
I think they're useful for a short term, but I'm not a particular fan of them.
Okay, so I guess what I'm
I
asking
think
is,
Trump. I think Trump's correct to implement tariffs right now.
well, right,
However,
but
I think
what
if
I'm
they go too
asking,
far, then there's a
well, okay,
very real chance they could be harmful.
well, so I mean that's kind of where I'm at right now. I guess what I'm asking is why would this be like on its most pure form at the micro level? Like why is this not any different than a tariff? All they're doing is tariffing an area that's taking water from one area to make sure that the area that they're taking it from is getting paid back for the resource they no longer have at a fair rate, despite like these other people getting it. Or
No,
like
that's not what's happening. That's not what they have. The water.
right, I know that they're having
Water is being sent into the cities, and instead of growing food,
right, I
they're
understand that's what's
sending it to
happening now.
cities.
I said right. This is
Yeah.
like a proposition for like how to fix that, like potentially. What do
Right.
you have
I
a
got
problem with the like a what'd you call that non-fun, a balance, a trade and
I just said some type of tax and transfer
yeah,
system.
tax and transfer. Would you have like on its face like some kind of offsetting mechanism like that, Grid? Because that's a privatization.
I
of
don't
just
think the
minimal
government should be
recognition.
involved in it at all.
Well, what
actually
is your
think-
solution?
So can
Yeah,
hold
go
on?
ahead.
No, you guys are misunderstanding my analogy, I think, right? Because
Oh,
yes, I want a
okay.
fully Kels, stop.
Or what?
Or you'll just derail the conversation with more retard takes. Like, just stop.
Oh, let's go.
I will give you a chance to speak, Kelly, in a moment, and you can say all the takes you want here. Just let him talk, and then
Yeah. So the analogy that I gave, obviously I want full privatization of everything, right? And I said ANCAP isn't going to be realized probably in my lifetime. It is the natural, logical conclusion of human progress because socialism is dysfunctional. But we'll get there eventually. And I'm just trying to speed it up. But nevertheless, my olive branch was counties, cities, municipalities, whatever, can buy water. We don't need some fucking new form of equitable distribution. All these places already have budgets, and places that have a lacking budget already get state funding to increase their budget if they have a lacking budget. Like literally what I suggested and what Non-Fon suggested are the same thing, but he's just like adding more shit to it really for no reason, right? Like if a county is lacking funds for water, obviously the state of Texas would divert some of their funds to fund water in that county if they were lacking funds in some capacity. Now, I think there are problems with this because I think what it does is it unfairly punishes people that need more water. I think it unfairly benefits people that live in cities. I think it is. I think it's inefficient. There are a whole lot of things I have issues with this, but this is the best thing that I can offer that I would support that gets us away from the current problem, which is this eminent domain and corporate contracts and these plants that are funded by the government that are blowing up and becoming like way more expensive than they need to be because companies know once they get a contract that they have you by the balls and that they can be like, oh, this costs more money. And then the government and different interest groups and people get involved in testing and things. And the budget keeps going up and up and up and up. And it would be far more efficient if we had a market involved in this. Like, we don't need to discuss the merits of a distribution system and any of that. That's already a thing in our current system. When a county is lacking funds, they petition the state for resources, as well as states do the same thing from federal agencies.
Yeah, but there's plenty of examples where that doesn't always pan out exactly how it should be. I'm like, this is like, it's like a different example, but obviously like walk with me a little bit. Okay, there's this high school. It's like the high school that I went to. And the county told, it's obviously like a micro example, but the county told them 30 years ago or whatever, they're like, don't build a school out there. It's a terrible place to build a school because there's only one road out there and one road on the way back. And they're like, well, it's a charter school. It's small, blah, blah, blah. 10 years later, the school's booming. They end up building a casino at the very, very end of that like same road. So the traffic in the morning is just like unbearable. It's like LA traffic all of a sudden. And they contact the county. They're like, hey, we need help. We need to build another road like here. And the county's like, tough luck, Buttercup. We told you fucking 30 years ago that you shouldn't build a school there. And it's like, okay, sometimes like we don't have like or like the people in charge don't have the foresight. And then the people down the line are just fucked because of it.
Yeah, this is why we should privatize the roads, but that's not really like an answer to like my olive branch. Like, I agree there are inefficiencies with using socialism in building schools and building roads and in municipalities, right? I am only arguing that a more private solution is more efficient and will allow for a market to open up. And just as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, once we have a private water market, then it'll be a lot easier to transition us to a private system because there will already be a built market of a bunch of different companies that are able to compete and sell water. But, you know, that's a down the road thing.
Let me challenge that with, what do you think just people, walk with me here. Fabian, what do you think 3 counter arguments to your proposition would be?
Which proposition? And
you-
why do I
Olive
need to
branch.
give you counter arguments?
Your olive branch.
To my-
Just asking you
from
to
which
engage
perspective?
my thought process as well, right? Or just
From
one.
what perspective?
The olive branch perspective. What do you think would be
No,
a counter
no, I
argument
mean,
to what you
like
just
from a
fucking
capitalist
stated?
perspective or from a socialist perspective or from a net
From a
socialist what
perspective. From a layman's
Sorry,
perspective. From a retard's
Okay.
perspective. Is that what you want?
I'm
Like, what?
assuming. Why would I try and no, I'm not
Because
engaging with that.
accessibility.
That's-
Oh
Let
my
me
God.
get.
I'm not going to give you specifically arguments. Like,
Let me
against
just.
my
I
position.
mean, we got
Right?
about 15 minutes here.
Okay,
Let me.
accessibility.
I don't want to engage in the three counter arguments thing either
Oh,
because like.
coming in again because Fabian doesn't know how to talk normal people. I'm like, wow.
Listen, once again, I don't think that's what's happening here, Cal.
I do
to be
fine.
totally, yeah, I like listen. Fabian, I've debated Fabian many times. I'm sure he can argue in the counter argument thing. That's not really the goal I want this conversation to go with.
I was just asking for an
No, I was
ideological
just-
position.
So like I get.
Different times, from like you wouldn't let him engage with that. I'm like, there's an obvious counter argument to that.
So what is it then? Just tell me what the counter argument is.
Then present it.
I told you 3 times. I'm like, that's why I was asking you to present it. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking engage with Captain Sabo. It's crazy.
Well, present this supposed counter argument that you have from the layman's perspective.
Oh my god, you guys, I fucking talked. I'm like, Gibbs, you wouldn't let him engage with it if you guys don't know what.
Now you're just bitching. Like the
I'm
floor is yours.
yeah.
You have an argument?
Yeah,
Problem?
just make the argument real quick. Just make the
No,
argument so we
you
can
don't.
move on the conversation here. Go ahead. But you got the. What is your argument, Cal? Just to lay it out real fast one more time.
Nah, you missed your chance, Gibbs.
All right, cool. All right, go ahead, Grant. What are your
Lucky
thoughts on
me.
this? Do you agree with this proposal? Fabian's put forward? I see some problems with it, I think, but I'm not sure that I can like.
No, I made my proposal very, very clear early on, right? Like there's, I think there's like 4 or 5 things that need to be done policy wise as far as the government is concerned. None of them that would be an overreach or in any way onerous to anyone.
well,
and then I think.
Let me ask this then. Do you
You
think,
can reiterate them. I agreed with most of yours.
I want to move it on one more thing. There's another piece. So I brought up Mexico not following their 1994 water treaty. Do we think that we should do something about this? Or there should be like some kind of military action? Should there be some kind of sanction? Should we kind of like do something? I feel like this is maybe something that should have been negotiated further in a trade deal potentially. I know Non-Fon's probably gonna laugh about that. Maybe we should prepare them harder. It doesn't seem anything's being done to get this water treaty fixed. Being lived up to. What do you think about that, Grant? What do you think we should do here with something in regards to that? Let's get a real world policy here.
I mean, I gave my policy prescriptions.
Well, on the water treaty specifically, you think we should force Mexico to enforce it?
Water treatment facility? Or are you talking about the one in Corpus?
No, there's a 1994. There's a
What?
1994 deal with Mexico where they're supposed to supply us with water and they aren't. Right. I think it's a little bit separate. It's something Trump should have negotiated.
That would be
separate.
But here, listen, the part of the problem here, Gibbs, that we keep, and I've talked about it a couple of times, we keep kind of talking around it, is we already have historical water rights. We have we've had a long history in this country, and especially in that part of the country, a system of laws and regulations governing who can and who cannot do what with water. And in this case, modernity has kind of undermined that with the ability to pump water 100 miles away, and that's where it needs to be reined in. I mean, honestly, the water laws have worked for just fine for 100 years, and they're farmers literally like set their entire life. I mean, or not live their lives by it, but they kind of all understand what the water rights are. I think we're overcomplicating this with in some aspects. But again, modernity with the ability to pump water very far away, and these cities growing out in the middle of desert where there really shouldn't be a city there, and or as large a city. I think that these are things that, to be honest, I think Texas should solve internally. I don't think that it's I certainly don't think that we need an authoritarian regime change. I agree, I think that there's some very basic. I think I was like 5 policy things. I can't remember them off the top of my head. I can only say these things so many times before I just forget them. And I'm being facetious now, Kel. That's a joke. But I don't know, man. I don't really care about Mexico pumping water up into Texas. First of all, I don't want to owe Mexico anything. I just as soon just put the wall up and just forget they exist. To be honest with you. But other than that, I don't know that I have much more to say, Gibbs. I think I'm pretty clear.
I think, you might. I think we're about there as well. You want to go ahead and just make a closing or give out your outro as well?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm an unreasonable man on Twitch and YouTube. I have started streaming the Twitch again. We'll see how long that lasts. I'll probably get banned within the week, so you better catch me quick before I'm gone. At any rate, I represent the angry, gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and I think I've done a good job of that today. Although I wasn't very angry. Kel was far angrier than me. Kel, no more White Claws. Okay. And so try and I think this is really clear-cut case of water rights that just simply need to be clarified and modernized slightly. I think it's keep local government or the local government involved, the national government out of it. Again, just to reiterate, redefine, the use or the water, I can't think of what it's called now, but the water provision to use. What is an equitable use, or not equitable, but non-fon's got me saying fucking equitable now. Damn it.
The brainwashing, bro.
Yeah,
I know.
mind tricked you.
Just keep saying the same thing over and over and over again.
You want equitable water rights.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, he's totally fucking Jediing me over here. And but I can't really say much more. I think I made the points earlier, and I'm so tired of hearing people repeat the same point.
I feel I'm with you on that one. Let's go to non-font here. I'll let you go ahead and say respond to that and give a closing outro.
Yeah, real quick on like the Mexico water thing. From my reading, it just didn't seem like it was that big of a deal because it doesn't seem like Mexico really has enough water to give us anyway. And then it seems like
that's tough tips.
The big negative effect of it also was like a sugar plantation like closing in Texas or whatever. And the only reason we have sugar in the U.S. anyway is because it's protected by government tariffs and government quotas, right? So I just don't think it's it just did not seem like an incredibly big deal to me. But I think overall, abundance liberalism is the solution to everything, okay? So obviously free markets are good, okay? Obviously privatization can be good, but sometimes what you need is some state capacity. You need this. You can have the state run state-owned enterprises efficiently. We see it in other countries. You can do it transparently. You can do it efficiently, and you can guarantee more equitable outcomes. If you want to watch me defend abundance liberalism, you can catch me live at NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick, and NonFun on YouTube. Again, my YouTube channel has that debate with the Jubilee dude who told Mehdi Hassan to get the fuck out. So go to my YouTube channel, check out that debate, NONFO on YouTube. Hell yeah.
All right, we'll definitely check it out. Cal, go ahead and then we'll finish refaming. Go ahead.
GG, retweet. Go to our correspondence back at headquarters.
Nice. Thank you so much for shouting out Sadie and them basically for their raid. Big fan. And I guess that's your closing. Fabian, go ahead.
Is that your closing?
Problem?
Were you closing? Is you already done?
No, fair enough. No, yeah, no. So, yeah, I would say.
Hold on, let him close now. You used yours however you used it right there. Let him go.
Yeah, I would say that obviously when the discussion of commodification of water comes up, I would say commodification, bad word, Marxist term. But I think we should privatize all water. I feel like I made my case fairly clear. In the absence of being able to do the most efficient form of distribution that doesn't violate human rights, unlike liberalism or socialism or these other policies that are a violation of rights and against the American spirit and will of the founding fathers and American ideal. I did offer a cursory kind of olive branch. I still think that is the correct way to do it. Gibbs had some good ideas, that I would obviously add to it, right? Looking again at water rights in terms of like whether or not pulling water from your property pulls water from other properties and things of that nature. I would advocate for that, an open market as a kind of an olive branch position here. Mostly, I do think it is important to recognize that the problems that are occurring is, Gibbs had mentioned this, modernity and moving into, deserts and things of that nature. But I think it's an important lesson of the concept of rights in America, which is that your rights don't actually fucking exist when you depend upon the government to enforce your rights. And every time you give the government more power, you get further and further away from those rights. If you would like to hear read a more detailed position on the concept of easement rights and common property, I'll leave a chat here in just a second. A link in the chat of common, public, and private property and the rationalization for the total privatization of property by Hans Hermann Hoppe. But hopefully I made my case here. You can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube, Twitch, all the things. I'm sorry, not Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in a while because you'd have to be stupid to be streaming on Twitch as a conservative. It's a good way to get banned and never be allowed on Twitch again.
Nah,
I ain't fucking doing it.
True.
Nah,
Good luck to good luck to those that are.
I've been doing it years and haven't had a problem. You just gotta, know where the line is. Really.
You're not being based enough.
Listen, I don't know, man. I can get pretty goddamn based. It's just it's how you choose to say.
I'm teasing you.
It's how to choose to say. No, you're good. Yeah, we're gonna rate out now. But thank you all for being here. This has been good. I do think I might host another panel on this in the future about things. So there's a lot to cover.
I was going to talk about modernity, by the way, Scott.
Yeah, but
I was the one talking about modernity. Gibbs
But
was...
I don't fucking
I mix Gibbs and Grid.
I know you do. You do it all the time too. You do it all the time. I do not look like Gibbs. I'm
not saying you look alike. I'm saying the names are similar.
I mean,
like
listen,
Gibbs
you should take it as a
Grid.
compliment. You're getting known as a god incarnate. That's what you should take it.
Yeah.
You're welcome. But yeah, let me in there. Thanks so much. Yeah, I definitely gonna watch Non-Fon's thing later, I'm sure, and then everybody check out everybody's channels and whatnot. Thanks for coming, guys. I'm gonna wrap there. And we're gonna raid Skyana. I think here in a little while we're probably gonna do some kind of gaming with them, and it's gonna be a fun time. So I'm gonna end now for now, and then we'll be back in like an hour or two.
Me on the debate thing later.
Yeah, check out his debate show. I won last week, by the way.
Yeah, you did.
Domination.
You did. I got a great clip from that too.